menu, look at everything, and then go back to the bathroom and wash my hands.
I hate to break this to you, but the table that you were at was someone sat there before you, and all the things that you're eating with, someone else touched.
I understand it, but it doesn't mean that my hands are touching the table, Pat. Like, my hands are not. I'm not putting my hands flat on the table.
You're touching the table at some point.
No, but I'm not putting my hands on the table, Pat. I'm just not.
You go to a restaurant and never touch the table? I do not believe you.
I'm not saying that I never touch the table, because when you sit down, you're going to touch the table.
Sure.
But once I'm seated, I'm not touching the table. I'm just not. Like, I want to keep my hands clean because I'm going to need my hands to eat. Like, those are my tools I got to fight with.
But you're touching the silverware that someone placed on your table.
Well, my silverware is wrapped in one of those fancy napkins and all that stuff. So.
Right, but somebody had to touch the silverware to put it in a napkin.
Yeah, or the glass that they bring you your drink in.
Come on, guys. Don't do this to me. Y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm saying.
No, you're too paranoid.
The menus harbor germs. It's a fact. It's one of the nastiest things in the restaurant.
You know, chefs touch your food without gloves on.
Okay, Pat. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Michelle Smallman here for the Capital One Venture X card. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, you can earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn all of your purchases into extraordinary travel. And you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus, you'll get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, they call him, Doug. He's on the ones and twos.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Jackson.
Hey, Papers.
Hey, everybody.
Do you know, Tim, nobody has a direct line to number 18, one of the hottest players in the NHL, like Jackie B?
Yeah, you guys kind of have bonded.
One could say, depending on your definition of the word.
Doug, what is your definition of the word bond?
Bonded to become close friends. It's like you called him yesterday and said, what are you thinking tonight, man? What do you think? It's going to be a tough matchup? And you're going to grind a little bit so you guys talk on game day?
Yeah, we break it down.
Or you text him.
Yeah, I send him motivational quotes.
And then after the game, do you chop it up?
I like that term.
Usually, yeah. Yeah, we chop it up and break it all down. So I'm prepared to come into the program with inside information.
Okay. Tim, before the show, I said, how do you communicate with Bob Thomas? And he said, I text him during the day about coming on the show. And he said, 11 o'clock last night after a game winner, I get a text back that says, yes.
Yeah, that's all you need. All you need.
What time will he join us, Doug? This is the Stiefel dossier.
9:30, right in the heart of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I'm a Mark Hanna lemming. And then Joey Vitale will discuss a potpourri of topics, would be my guess, Martin. About 3% will have to do with the Blues and the game of hockey. Otherwise, he will just babble incessantly, like my buddies in Columbia in the late 90s, and they really wouldn't go to bed for days.
Is that the new underpinning of the segment? Babble incessantly.
Well, I assume on a post-Penguins game, it's going to be mostly Sidney Crosby talk.
It's going to be Sid the Kid?
I would imagine.
What time is that taking place on the dossier?
9 to 9:05-ish. I'm working on it.
Uh-oh.
I'm just trying to make a little.
I just picked up a read. I'm going to call. I feel like I could raise here, but I think he's going to bet into me on the turn, so I'm going to call him in position.
I want to be, we agreed on 9:15 as before. Bob Thomas told me 9:30. I like to space that out a little bit more to give us more runway, as John Mozeliak would say.
Need runway here. This is a need runway.
Yeah.
So you're pushing him a little earlier.
What happened at the 8:15? Because the guy's up. The guy's been up for 3 hours.
It was requested.
He requested it.
He requested a different time.
Huh.
I don't want to throw anybody under the bus.
Now I feel like
people have things. Yeah, he's got children, plenty of them. Who knows what could be going on.
Old lady in a shoe.
I don't want to assume. But
he asked for 9:15. Now it's awkward because Thomas wants to be on at 9:30.
That's right, Martin. We got a problem.
We can always solve it. We always work through it.
So you you sheepishly typed 9:05.
I see. That's why the time in the Stiefel dossier stood out to me. Well, hell, either way. Doug, I'm sitting there at the Blues game last night.
You went?
I did. Oh, yeah, you better believe it. With my son, 7-year-old son, 3-year-old did not make the cut. Shot 80 on Friday, and he won't be around for the weekend.
I wouldn't think so. He's got to practice.
He's got to get to work on a short game. But the Blues are down 1-0, and really unfortunate. My phone is a pipeline to the listeners.
Is it?
The listeners of the year. That's one of the prizes when you win Listener of the Year. You get my number.
Ah, that's a nice gift.
And we sometimes trade pics of our privates, but also will be held accountable. So Buck Swope will text me sometimes during the program, oftentimes to scold Little Jackie Papers over there for his Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day standings.
I got to add Buck Swope to yesterday.
See what I'm saying right there? That was a preventative comment.
Okay.
And then Chairman Steve, who won the TMA Listener of the Year in 2023. Blues are down 1-0 early on as they just kind of allowed the Penguins to skate in and score. That was a nice gesture.
It was.
And he says, you better start cheering, mother effer. This is on you.
Oh. Did that hurt your feelings?
Well, it put me and my son on alert that this operation better turn around, or else, even though Keith Kachuk yesterday, joining us as a surprise guest, encouraged me to go to the game, even though I believe my family is either 0-3 or 0-4 on the year going into last night, that I knew that me, and really perhaps more so, my 7-year-old would be held accountable for the Blues losing should that thing not work out. because Chairman Steve is texting my phone. Once again, Doug, you better start cheering mother effer. This is on you.
It's always good when the listeners have your cell phone. So they
Wonderful.
can communicate directly with you. Doug, you like the standings. There's the wins. There's the losses, overtime. Then you have the RW, regulation win, and then the ROW, includes over. And then there's the ML, and it says McKernan losses.
That's
And
correct.
In the Blues, the Flames don't have any MLs.
I haven't gotten to Alberta recently.
It all gets figured into the Vaughn index, so it works itself out.
So for the first time, my son, I always had told him, we've been going to games together for a few years, even though he's only 7. I said, 2 periods, brother. That's the deal.
Oh, no.
I got to get in for the show prep meeting at 4:30 in the morning. And so if that's the case, I can't stay for more than 2 periods during the week. And he really wanted to stay for the whole game last night. And I said, hey, I understand that. You're 7 now. You're all grown up. You're all grown up, and you're all grown up. Let's make a compromise. I like to reach across the aisle, Doug. And I said, we'll leave at the very earliest halfway through the third period.
Oh, no.
9:20 left, stoppage in play. We're going to head on out.
Oh, no.
And as we're walking out, we hear the Penguins score on the power play. And I'm going, still not going to happen. And then we're driving home. Listen to Alex Ferrario filling in for Chris Kerber, who will be back in the booth for tomorrow night's festivities following his back surgery. And Joey Vitale on the call. And as we're pulling into Carport Village, wow, the Penguins tie this thing up. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to go in and do the show tomorrow.
Really?
I'm going to be held accountable.
Well, I don't know how you could do that to the kid. What time was it at that point? About 9:40, 9:45?
He actually, as we were driving back, he goes, is it 9:25? And I said, yeah. He goes, that's late. I go, good for you. Good for you for paying attention to that.
So he was okay with this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Mine would have screamed bloody murder.
We went to dinner beforehand, Billy G's. He loves the trashed wings at Billy G's. How
Maybe
can
a
you blame
vodka
him?
tonic. Yeah.
It's Scotch. He's a Scotch guy. Single malt, not because it's trendy, but because it works. Got trash wings, a burger, fries. Then at the game, got a hot dog. Then an usher was kind enough to say how I was actually treated as a young tyke on the south side. Hey, little boy, would you like some ice cream? That's what the usher said, and was
And you
holding an
said
ice cream
yes?
sandwich. Yeah, of
course.
And I took it from him. So he really took in some calories. So he was on a high from that. But then as we're driving in, the Blues are now 4-4. And I'm thinking to myself, sweet mother of mercy, they're going to blow a 4-2 lead. I'm going to be blamed for it. And all hell's going to break loose. But then friend of the show, Jackson's text buddy. My text buddy's Chairman Stephen Wildwood. My text buddy's Buck Swope. Jackson has Robert Thomas texting him after he wins the game. Probably from the room, as a matter of fact. And Robert Thomas saves my family's ass with a game winner. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. I just, I know that's a difficult family decision to make sometimes, to leave the game, all that excitement going on.
He's effing 7.
I know.
I think the irony is he's missing school today because he's sick to his stomach, Doug. He's throwing his guts out and throwing up.
He wanted another hot dog after the second period.
Oh, you needed Uncle Doug there to say, do you know what those hot dogs are made
Oh,
of?
my God.
Yeah, you wouldn't eat that if you knew.
But Robert Thomas in overtime makes it 11 in a row, tying a franchise record set by the 2019 St. Louis Blues. Doug, here is the call of the game winner last night at Enterprise Center.
Up at the blue line. Kyrou skates in, drops it off to Thomas. Thomas takes a shot, he scores! Robert Thomas, the overtime winner, as the Blues flood the ice to tie a franchise record for 11 consecutive wins.
Nice job. Nice call.
Alex Ferrario.
Yeah, he does a great job.
Good for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he sounded like he'd been doing it every night for years. Yeah, he did a great job filling in.
Agreed.
11 in a row. 2019, Doug. That wasn't much of a year, though, so this doesn't really comp to anything.
Well, it's just like 2019.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's just like it.
They got hot in 2019.
And they won the baby.
They did win the baby.
Yeah.
They steal any babies? They stole Boston's baby.
Yes.
They stole the Sharks' baby. They stole the Stars' baby. They stole the Jets' baby.
This is now
says watch out for Rask.
This is now the finest hockey club ever assembled. And I'm now putting it a 99% chance
moved it up.
that they're going to make the playoffs.
Did the puck monkey adjust from yesterday?
Yeah, the puck. Now the Flames did win last night, but now when I go to type it in, I actually am now typing in puck monkey.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It is Martin moneypuck.com, and they've got the Blues now at 95.8%. Doug Vaughn has them at 99%. He had them at 98% a month ago.
Yeah.
So if you were on the Doug Vaughn train, you do have some private equity, I know, invested in the Blues. You have been paid handsomely because this team is a matter of, I think the math is 3 wins from locking up a playoff spot. I mean, again, that's operating on the premise that the Flames would have to go undefeated the rest of the way. So that kind of gives you, for the record, Martin, you call it puck monkey. They've got the Flames down to 12.7%. The Canucks, who 2 weeks ago were sitting pretty, down to 1.6% to make the playoffs. And if you still like Utah's chances, they're at 0.1% to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
It's not the Canucks, it's the Canucks.
A couple of weeks ago, Blues had the big showdown with Vancouver. Oh, this would be the deciding.
That's right.
Getting to go head-to-head with Vancouver, and now you look, they're 10 points in front of the Canucks. 10 points. The Blues, until the Oilers won, Blues had as many points as Edmonton for a minute last night. I was talking to Bernie Federico, friend of the show down there yesterday. We started talking about, do you want to play Winnipeg? Do you want to play Vegas? And he said, forget it. Don't try and figure it out. Dallas might pass Winnipeg. The Kings,
That's right.
The Kings could still pass Vegas.
Yes.
So all of this maneuvering in my head about who they may or may not play could all be thrown out the window because in the Vaughn Index, I think the Stars are right there with the Jets. The Kings are right there with the Knights.
The Stars have won 7 in a row, and they're 4 points back of the Jets. And the Kings have won 3 in a row, and they're 3 points back of the Golden Knights. And by the way, even though, of course, at this stage of the season, 2 points makes quite a bit of difference in the standings, the Oilers are just 2 points back of the Kings. So, Doug, I would describe it as up for snatch grabs.
Well, yeah. It doesn't matter who we play in the playoffs. Line them up just to knock them down. That's what I say.
Was there a Tim moment on the Jumbotron? Because I feel like they may have, maybe if they had done that, it would have been an easier win.
Yeah, the 8U club, the Rockets. Is that Brentwood, Doug? The Rockets, Brentwood?
That was Kirkwood.
No, Kirkwood Stars.
Oh.
Yeah, pal.
Nice show prep, ass.
I feel like it used to be the Kirkwood Rockets.
No, Stars.
People text in, let me know.
Well, we can already
Are
tell
you
you're
being
wrong.
serious?
I mean, do you really need
it
to...
used to be. I
Your
feel like
lip
it used
quivered
to be.
when you said it used to be.
Doug's been a Kirk Woody in damn near all his life.
Kirkwood Stars as long as I can.
He loves it so much he left there for South County.
Oh.
Wow.
Just like one municipality over.
Well, this is St.
Sunset
Louis.
Hill.
That makes a big difference.
I wanted a little warmer weather.
Does. In my neighborhood growing up, you were either on the right side of Hampton or the wrong side of Hampton.
And you knew. You were never in question.
You better believe it. I couldn't hang out with the kids from the wrong side.
Oh, you're on Delore? 100.
Damn right, brother. Yeah, Doug, the festivities with the kids out there skating after the first intermission, they had a beautiful time out there on the ice. Some big saves by the netminder. Tip of the cap to him. But then they had me out on the ice. What do they call the Blues ladies who skate up and down with the shovels? I feel like there's a name.
It's not the snow
Blues crew?
removal team, is it?
I think that's creative, so it must be. And I was on the shovel waving.
Yeah, I expected that to happen. Did your kids get a kick out of that, or were they ready to go home before that happened?
I only brought one of my children. The 3-year-old didn't make the cut.
I remember my oldest still pitches a fit whenever we leave early, and he's 35 years old now. So it's embarrassing.
Stomps his feet.
Yeah. I've warned him, you're going to have to pay for your own ticket someday, and he just throws a fit.
They recognized Kevin Hayes, and I was listening.
Wow, what a moment that was.
I was listening on the radio, and Vitale said, like, Hayes kind of almost laughed, like, hey, yeah, I did play her a little bit. Was it just they didn't do a video. It was like a Jumbotron, put him on camera?
It was awesome. I'm glad you brought that up because they go, the Blues, welcome back. Kevin Hayes, and they flash him on the scoreboard. And Doug, do you remember when Norm Stewart saw a call he didn't like, the gesture he would make?
Yes.
For those of you on YouTube, you're going to be handsomely rewarded because you're going to get to see it. Even though this right shoulder, Doug,
don't hurt yourself.
Well, I'm getting the cortisone injection, I think, in about 4 hours. So it'll be relieved. And the club head speed is going to be incredible. But he would do this. Kevin Hayes kind of gave it one of these with the left glove.
Yeah.
Like, get me off the Jumbotron. Let's not do this. And then when fans started cheering, he goes, okay. It was one of the more awkward welcome backs I've seen.
I played here 1 year, and you traded me for a second-round draft pick. And now we're going to have a big ceremony about how wonderful it is that I'm back.
It was kind of an addition that didn't work out. Great guy. Everybody loves him. And he's somehow related to Big Walt, but not really. If you ever ask Walt to explain, he's like, his ma and my ma were friends for a while. And I said, so you're not really good. Don't worry about it.
It's none of your business.
None of my business. Kevin Hayes probably doesn't need to be acknowledged. God bless him. Hey, he's in the game notes. Used to play here.
Kevin Hayes didn't want to be acknowledged.
Correct. So I thought if they're going to do that, surely there's time for Timmy's salute.
Thank you.
That's what I thought.
And that's why I was riding up and down the shovel in the ice, just waving to all of the people in the area who love me. And God, there's at least 4. Officially in my phone, Doug, my buddy 5-0. You know 5-0. He lives
I don't
in
know
America.
that I know 5-0.
He says Rockets is a combination of Webster, Brentwood, Creve Coeur, Clayton, and Ladue, so some tough areas. He says Kirkwood Stars, a heated rival. Jackson, would you like to apologize, especially since the Rockets actually represent Ladue, your stomping grounds?
I would. I would like to apologize to all of the players for both organizations and the parents and anyone who just enjoys the game of hockey.
You need some time away? I'll go with you.
Starting about now.
No, I'm all right.
Guys, Creve Coeur was the Rockets until they merged with Webster and were last known as the Rocket Flyers. Huh. Rocket Flyers.
That's weird. Pick one or the other.
I thought Webster had its own program. I guess maybe it did, and then it merged with the Rockets. Hell, I don't know. Let's see. Tim, it's been long enough. Just have the shoulder surgery and get it over with. You have thousands of listeners to help you recover. We will all be there for you. Doug, that's Eric, and he's in the Central West End. Jackson says he's attractive, but Jackson is not attracted to him.
Yes.
But now you're
unfortunately, that's the left shoulder. This is the right shoulder that's now the problem. I had an MRI yesterday, and I fell asleep in a damn thing. I assume everybody's had an MRI?
Yes.
I never have.
You never have?
Never have.
The guy goes, either you're this, like, playing along with this or you've done this before, because I guess some people get tense because you're in a tube.
Yeah, and they say don't move a muscle.
Right. But I've had like 5 of them at this point, so I'm just kind of like, he goes, you want any music? I'm fine. He goes, man, this is a little strange how calm you are. I don't know, I've been in these things so many damn times, but I guess if you allow it to get in your head, you have like the tube ceiling is, I don't know,
going bang, 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 bang,
right.
bang, bang.
And it's maybe, I don't know, 6 inches from the top of your head. But anyway, I fell asleep.
It's pretty loud in there, isn't it?
Sir, you need to go home.
You know,
sir.
And then they go, yeah, exactly right, Martin. They started moving me out of the thing, and I go, son of a bitch. I guess it's over.
That's pretty nice, I guess.
Could be a bad thing to fall asleep because you might move.
Well, I guess you're right. But my shoulder was in the little, what do you call them, little shoot-em-ups? I think that's what medical terms.
Shoot-em-ups. Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Well, it's no wonder you're having shoulder problems because you're carrying the weight of this show on your shoulders, Tim.
That's true. Finally, after 21 years, the truth has been spoken. Chairman Kurt is tipping his cap like the Cardinal fan when Skeens was no-hitting the team last year.
GQ's own Paul Skeens.
Well, it's been 8 days since the day has collapsed, and I wonder, a lot of times it's
Thank you, Martin.
It's like a car accident. A lot of times it affects you later.
Yeah. Right.
So I was wondering how the shoulder was doing after that.
No, this
nearly
shoulder's
tragic.
This shoulder is unfortunately been bothering me for a month. I think the cortisone shot will probably put it to rest. I doubt there's a tear, but we'll find out at 11:45. Should I go Instagram Live with it?
Oh, yes, please.
Nice. So you'll watch.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would like to see you get a shot with an enormous needle.
Here's a picture of my new socks. You can do that, too.
I got a cortisone shot once.
Running nut impression right there.
No, it's just loosely based on a morning show host on Channel 5, but it is not Rennie Knott.
Leave it to Tim to be the best patient ever. God, he really is the best. Doug, that's the Afton altar block.
Best patient, little champion.
I'm thinking of Rennie right now.
Here is Jim Montgomery on the boys finding ways to win even when they start out flat, and my goodness, did they start out flat last night.
It's a sign of a good team when, you don't have the expression hockey players always use, we don't have our legs, and we're still pulling out wins. This is a hard league to win in, as we found out earlier in the year. And when you take wins and you're not at the top of your game, it's a good sign that you're managing the game as well as you can to stay in it.
Yeah, they only had 19 shots the whole game.
3, if I'm not mistaken, in the first period.
Yeah.
It was either 3 or 4. Penguins outshot them. And it was truly a case of, I was thinking, what hockey cliche would I describe this first period? And it was, the boys don't have their legs, or they just don't have a lot of jump.
Yeah. Or they didn't have the buy-in. They didn't buy in.
Oh, that's a different criticism right there. You start talking about that. But then sure enough, second period, and off they go. How about the Kyrou pass, in which it reminded me of like a fast break in grade school basketball, which of course St. Gabriel's patented, and then the Lakers then utilized. Who was it who made that pass?
Fowler.
The fact that you gave that answer.
I just recently started following Spit and Chicklets on Twitter, so it's safe to say I am Peter Puck.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a good way to maybe get you going a little bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like right there. You should catch that, the pitch alteration in just the word there was a different pitch.
Well, it's kind of like losing fat if you're really heavy. Like the first 20 pounds are pretty easy. Then it gets harder as it goes on.
Oh, fat shaming right there.
No, not at all.
Just to go back to being a noble.
I thought the first 2 pounds are the hardest. But
like, those pounds will melt out. So based on my zero hockey knowledge, just a little bit increases it exponentially.
That was a quick camp follow, though. You jumped right in. I didn't know you'd even know his name.
It was a pretty sick pass because I thought of basketball. I thought of basketball. I thought of like a...
There we go.
There it is. Now we're being groomed again.
It was like a...
Let's talk about the Warriors and Lakers. Let's just do it.
It was like a prime Kevin Love outlet pass,
It was
Is that
kind
what
of
you
a
thought of,
pop-up.
Doug?
He kind of lofted it in the air.
Yeah.
Joey Vitale, doing his intermission work, kept describing it this way. Whoop. Whoop. He did it a few times. And then I think Andy Strickland, who did an interview with friend of the program and also surprise guest Chris Pronger in between the second and third period, then sent it back to Joey by doing his own whoop, which was in reference to the Cam Fowler pass to Jordan Kyrou.
It's kind of like the Sassy Cassie whistle.
Oh,
that kind of thing.
I wonder if that's what Joey Vitale was thinking.
It could have been, because once that gets in your head, it's hard to forget it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little...
I don't know why the Penguins would have let Kyrou get behind him on that play necessarily. They were caught up in looking at the whoop.
That wasn't Sassy Cassie,
That
Jackie
wasn't, but
Papers.
it was a different slide whistle. A slide whistle nonetheless.
We like it when it goes up.
Oh, okay. Well, give me a moment then.
Okay. I didn't mean to bring the show to a grinding halt.
Yeah,
I did.
Usually asking for Sassy Cassie, it's just sitting in the holster.
That's what I thought.
It was, yeah.
I didn't know. Jackson really does. I see he's
But how do you have
scrolling through like thousands of TMA drops over the years.
Here's Frank, here's Charlie, here's Rich Gould, where's Cassie? He really is struggling with this, but the other one, who has a slide, what is a whistle ready that's not Sassy Cassie? Yeah, that one ready.
Good access. Hold on. I got it. Woo-hoo.
Okay. How would you describe that pass?
Oh.
That actually would have been great. It was like that. How about Snipes last night? How about his first NHL point? I was hoping I'd see his first NHL goal. Got to see his first NHL point. And that was a beauty. Jake Neighbors right there for the goal. And I heard Neighbors after the game talking about it. He said, I was more excited for him than me to get his first NHL point. But that was a thing of beauty. And who would have known at that moment that would be so key? Because I don't think too many people in the building, including Penguins fans, of which there were a good amount, by the way.
Yeah, I was there pregame. A ton of Penguins jerseys.
Crap. Yeah, all over the place. And some Steelers jerseys, I guess, representing Pittsburgh. But that was wound up being incredibly key, but it was a thing of beauty. And that guy, because of something that I do think is of note on this thing, Dylan Holloway's injury, he was getting some time with the big boys last night out of necessity. The Blues in the second period, while they were able to score 3 goals, they also had guys dropping like flies.
They had like 5 moments where you go, oh, no,
Ray
you got to be
Burley's out there
kidding me.
running on the ice. The one where Falk's head went flying into the goalpost.
Right.
Sunquist up against the boards.
Thomas
leading
took
to
it
a
in
double
the
minor.
face.
Thomas.
Yeah.
But the Holloway one, I do wonder about this. Vitale was saying this on the Curbside podcast, and I kind of was thinking this too, and I kind of got the sense that this is what Jeremy Rutherford was saying on the Twitter tweets, that it might have been more of a precautionary thing. In other words, if these boys were not at 95% on Puck Monkey to make the playoffs, that maybe they would have grinded through it, but considering the situation and his importance, hopefully it's more precautionary than it is, holy crap, Holloway is now out. Jim Montgomery was asked about it after the game, said, I don't know. All I know is his lower body. I'll have more for you tomorrow.
But body language, him, Thomas, they all said, yeah, kind of said, nobody seemed devastated, like, oh my, it wasn't and you never know with injuries, it could be worse news the next day. But I agree that none of them seemed overly concerned. He did get right back up after the hit, for what it's worth.
I'm sure it's not as bad as Tim's shoulder.
Well, that's fair.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying
You're
that.
the one we have to get healthy for the playoffs, not these guys.
I guess, assuming that they'll be playing Winnipeg or VGK, and I guess Dallas is live and LA is live, but Dallas would be the only Central Time Zone team. Although Winnipeg might be Central Time Zone. I can never figure that one out.
I think it is. I think
it is, now that you mention it. It doesn't matter. The games are going to start. They'll say it starts at 8:30, and these games are going to start at 8:47. You can already bank that if you're interested. And you know what I'll be doing?
What?
Popping pills, waking up at 4:30 in the morning and watching the game, not knowing the result. That is an April tradition for me in the first round of the playoffs when the Blues go out to the West, because St. Louis gets the Pacific Time Zone puck drop. Mm-hmm. I say F that, but that's just the way that it works.
Huh.
And if
that's the trade to not get in the playoffs, or if the trade's that versus not getting in the playoffs, I'll take it all day.
And if they're not in the playoffs, you just pop pills?
I pop pills either way. That is correct.
Oh, really?
That is correct.
Win or lose.
That's right. Yeah. That nightstand, it looks like a pharmacy.
I'm going to have to pop a parka because it's about 30 degrees in the studio.
It's a little brisk in the studio. I would say it may have been colder than Enterprise Center at 5 o'clock last night. Although it's a little brisk in the building. You got to prepare for it.
Hey, did you talk to our friend Joey Vitale?
I never saw him.
I texted him yesterday after Doug's vacationing in the Hamptons. You're missing next Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Am I correct?
Well, let me check. That's what I was told.
No, I told Tim, I said, I'll see Vitale down there.
Yeah, because I texted him. He didn't get back to me.
I sat and talked to Rivers. I sat and talked to Federico. I saw Strickland. I saw the whole crew. Never saw Vitale.
No, but he was on the call. And I texted him. I said, hey, you want to come in for because we know that most guys don't want to come in for all 4 hours. Martin and I, hell, Martin doesn't even want to come in for all 4 hours. No, think about it.
Too close to home.
I'm here Tuesday. I'm off Friday and Monday.
Oh, is that right?
Okay.
So
fair enough.
The 11th, 14th.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So if Vitale wants to be here, great. If not, Chairman Steve and Buckswell will just text him and say, I'd love to be there. And,
That'd be great. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Well,
Jackson just shook that off, I see.
I was kidding.
Yeah, the chairman just made the Kevin Hayes look when they put him on the Jumbotron on that one, and I retweet chairman there.
That was an audio retweet by Jackson Burkett. It was an audio retweet.
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
7 o'clock hour here, TMA, your Stiefel dossier. It seems like our guests are fluid. Robert Thomas, 9:05, but question mark?
Joey Vitale,
9:05. Robert Thomas, 9:30?
We're working it. Robert Thomas is at 9:30.
We can bully Vitale. We can.
I just don't know what the hell he's doing.
Who knows? Maybe he's getting in a good breakfast.
A 3-hour breakfast?
He eats like at 4.
Yeah, that would make you think I don't know.
Maybe he's eating lunch at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's more likely.
Martin, Rusty Pecker, who I believe is new this week with Jackson's policy of adding text names. If you don't have one, you got today and Monday, and then that's it. 314-399-9646 says, we want Charlie! With, I think it's 5 exclamation points. That's Martin and I were texting yesterday. Charlie would certainly be, I think Chuckles is kind of like, I don't know if I really want to do it. But, he came in, he's come in once or twice since we've
I think he enjoys being here. He just doesn't really like
an hour.
The whole actually coming here. Like once he's here, he's fine. It's kind of like going to the gym. You're like, and then you get there, it's fine. Mm-hmm. But the idea,
right in 2025, especially if you're more in the Doug, would you call it the podcast kingdom?
I wouldn't say that.
Where Charlie is. The idea of coming into a studio is a little dated. And so he's like, I really got to come in, be happy to do it. Can you just punch me? Like what Brad Thompson does. I think when Jamie Rivers is on the road, he does it.
Yeah. The Airlink?
The Airlink, exactly. When I was doing the show from spring training, I guess that was in 23.
Yeah, maybe we just say, come on the Airlink.
Come on the Airlink.
And then just hang out for, it doesn't have to be the whole show, but if you're doing
go get breakfast with the family.
Yeah, if you're doing it from home, you'd think, I could do it an hour or two.
Suddenly, though, then you're Don Imus on the ranch in New Mexico, and everybody's in New York. Oh, what's that? What's that? You know, just say, what's that? The rest of the show, all 5 of them are in New York. He's sitting at his ranch with the big old cowboy hat, and the guy would make a joke in New York. Oh, what's that? Because he couldn't hear it. And I'm like, oh, that's great.
Get Cam Jansen on!
Oh,
Martin and I were texting about that.
Love Cam.
Listen, we're on the same page. There's no need for anger about it. We're kind of on the same page. We did build this MFer, if you forgot. And so we were interested in Cam and Chuckles. We want the cat on. I don't know if the cat wants to come on.
Meatloaf.
So the same people that we're interested in. But the issue is Cam might be like, I think the Blues are on the road, right? So
I don't know if he's traveling because they're going west next week. Yeah, Tim and I were texting, and I said, we don't need to go full behind the curtain, but I said, what do you think of the studio stop-bys? And I gave a couple of
studio stop-by guy.
Yeah, a couple of candidates to stop by and just visit for a little bit. So we're in talks with a lot of people. I'm putting on my Jackson hat, not my laser hat, but my Jackson hat where you just sort of say we're talking to a lot of people, and we'll see what happens.
Big Tuft wants Brian Huffman to do the email of the day. Doug, how do you feel about that?
He's got no filter. No, he'll read anything.
And his name's Hoffman, yet Frank called him Huffman for a good 10 years, I want to say, on the all-new. That was my favorite part. I tweeted the other night about, we have a sports show now. Sports Final is Monday through Friday at 10:30 at night, and I tweeted, hey, checking with corporate, maybe Rich Gould, Charlie Marlowe, Zach Choate, maybe they can be allowed back in the building. I was just kidding. Rich Gould responded and said, can't, having my heels scraped.
Heels scraped?
And I didn't know if he was kidding or if he really was getting his heels scraped.
Gaping holes.
Yeah, how about that?
I took that as
like you scraped the dead skin off the back of your heel or something? I've never had to have that.
I think Tim missed the last Uncle Rich call-in. Was that when you were in Wichita?
I was enjoying spring break in Wichita.
That's right. Yeah. That's when he said
he was in orgy season.
He had neck pain, and so he decided to go sing karaoke
at a Korean restaurant / karaoke, where the Asian lady greeted him at the door and asked him what private room he wanted.
And we
clearly
said, a massage parlor.
So we don't think you were at a karaoke joint. Then I looked it up, and it's a real thing.
He said, "Well, $20, give me a couple of songs."
Get Cam or we riot. That's from Sharon, and she's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
And there's going to be rioting in the streets?
That's what Sharon, I guess there's going to be a riot in Sanibel. I think she's still there.
I bet there's never been a riot in Sanibel.
I think you might be right about that. Get involved on the program. So many ways to do so. The Air Comfort Service text inbox active. And listen, you got today and you got Monday to get your text inbox name in, and then Jackson cuts you off until May 1st. That's it. He cuts you off. 314-399-9646. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat has 262 friends gathered to talk it over. The TMA remote lamp would like us to have Trish Brown come in, Martin. You remember her from Cam O'V's Weather.
Right, from years ago. Gosh, she left in like the mid-90s, I think.
But Channel 4, and I don't know, Doug, you may have worked there, every ratings period, guess who's coming back? We're bringing out, if you're the main weather person, you're like, oh, that's great. The big ratings push was to bring back the really popular.
Yeah, people loved her.
People loved her. And they would bring her back during the ratings from where, Omaha or something?
Omaha,
she was in Nebraska, yeah.
And the promo worked on you, didn't it?
Sharon can just go knock on Cam's door since she knows where all the Blues live. That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
Oh, gosh.
Can we get a holiday drop saying creepy?
That's right. Holiday was not on board. And also, you're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And of course, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. STL.com. That is how you can email into the program. That's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Seth Goldcamp. And Doug's a client, Martin's a client, and I'm a client. And I am thrilled that I am a client because that means I've been working with the best for the last decade. And Seth has been working with us for the last decade. Longest running TMA sponsor online at designairservice.com. Doug's sweet mother of mercy. We have a high of 48 on Sunday and a high of 49 on Tuesday. And then the weather gets glorious next week, just in time to sit inside and watch 72 hours of golf as the masties and the azaleas start to bloom.
Did you say 40-something?
48 a high on Tuesday.
That's
49,
awful.
I apologize. It just moved. It's like the markets.
I see the low next Tuesday is 30 degrees. We're going to have frost?
Well, we got a problem. And rain. It's going to be tough for the players to get their work in. I would guess maybe just focus on your putting at this point. But they're going to cut these greens down. It's troublesome for all of Jackson's friends at the. What you remember? 3 different clubs in the area. 3?
Do you count log and bogey as 2 different ones?
Now, do you count log and bogey?
I
Those are 2
think
nines.
I would.
Yeah, then 3.
What's the other one?
All within a quarter-mile radius.
St. Louis is the other one?
So he's at St. Louis.
Because I just hate to. I couldn't be inconvenienced with driving upwards of 6 minutes to a different club.
So you just hitchhike from one to the other?
Well, just take a cart, through the side streets of the tough roads that we'll do.
I mistakenly said to Joe Buck the other day, talking off air about country clubs, and I said, "Oh, St. Louis Hills Country Club," and he said, "Excuse me," and I said, "St. Louis Hills." He goes, "It's St. Louis Country Club," and I said, "Oh my God, I guess St. Louis Hills doesn't really have room."
St. Louis Hills Country Club is in my backyard, and it's about a 3-yard putt. You have to navigate my dad's Busch beer cans, and if you do, that's a hell of a par 3.
Yeah,
you play through.
Yeah, initiation is up to $2 this year just because of the demand. Yep.
Island Green on River the Pear.
How about the monthly hit? What's that?
Dues are $1.50.
St. Louis Hills Country Club.
That's St. Louis Hills Country Club. Joe's not a member there. I don't know if he would mind me saying that.
Sure, he could get in.
Can't get in.
Can't get in.
No.
Yeah, we're old money. That's how you can get involved in this program, and you can join St. Louis Hills Country Club as well. $2 downstroke for that. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
49 years in the making. Stanley Cup is ours for the taking. We got this. You can't stop this. From the bottom to the top, we drop hits. Tarasenko, Braden Sheen, Pietrangelo. These boys are mean. Thomas setting up the back end scene. Running the ice so fresh, so clean. Sharpen up the blades. Blood, sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West on the dig deep. Boston Bruins versus St. Louis Blues. 1970 rematch feud. Stanley Cup finals going down. Who's the best? Pound for pound, load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round, that's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
We got the Blues replay up here in the studio on one of the monitors, and it's the Jamie Rivers, Jim Montgomery in-game interview, and unfortunately they cut away before Jim Montgomery had his traditional ass grab.
Oh, no, that's still happening?
I think the team has been on a winning streak ever since, and Jamie Rivers has acknowledged that he's willing to, play ball, so to speak.
Yeah, okay.
That's exactly right. Martin, do you mind if I tend to some behind-the-scenes business?
Well, that's kind of what we do. We just asked on the air who would, hey, anyone want to fill in? Call now.
Right,
Doug's
and then the audience is mad at us for having the ideas before they even did. But either way, I'm walking back from filling my delicious water bottle. Aquafina, not a sponsor of the program. Should I get one of those? What are those things that all of the Central Corridor moms have?
Stanley Cups.
I have like 30 of them in my home.
Oh,
I feel like one would be enough.
They're not cheap.
God.
If you're a teenage girl, you have to get a different color, probably once a month. We have about 400 of them in one cabinet.
Oh, so you're dealing with the same situation. What is the deal with this?
I don't know.
What's the deal with the Stanley Cups? And I'm not talking about the chalice.
And they hold like 4 gallons of water.
Stay cold.
Yeah,
Oh, so you're on board too.
I have some that's Stanley adjacent. It's the same,
Don't say it's Jason.
Stanley
same
and
maker.
Jason, what does that mean?
Can't you just go to a drinking fountain and get cold
It's like
water?
a Stanley Cup that you would get as a door prize for a tournament at the St. Louis Hills Country Club. So it's not exactly a Stanley.
Oh, it's a knockoff, you're saying.
Yeah, it's like a Stephanie.
It's a Hanley or something. Yeah.
Are these Stanley Cups?
Sure.
Are these like a status symbol now, like lip injections were a year ago?
I think the Yeti kind of became old news. That's kind of like your dad who hunts on the weekends got a Yeti. But if you're a cute kid, you got the Stanley.
Yeah, it's in the like Lululemon athleisure kind of. It's all part of.
Doug, I've lost the cabinets to the Stanley Cups, but that's not what this is about. I'm returning from filling up my delicious Aqua Puritan, and I'm walking down the hallway, and I see friend of the program, Learn. You might know her, Doug, from The Riz Show, from KC95. An absolute delight. She's been on my podcast a number of times. I'm a big fan. I might even be a lemming, as a matter of fact, of Learn's. And Riz, when we were doing the Spread Zone podcast, which Jackson is a star of, Anthony Stalter and I are absolute failures at the thing. I mean, we just lose. Choose the opposite of what me and Stalter pick. This Jackson, though, he's a sharp.
Is he?
And Riz goes, hey, I'm trying to do my Riz impression. I don't know if I can do it. Hey, you missed Learn's birthday party. And I go, I texted her happy birthday. And he goes, yeah, but you missed the party. And I go, I didn't even know there was a party. So I hadn't seen her since then. This is a past weekend. And I said, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't know about the birthday party. She goes, well, I invited you. And I go, oh, this is going on right out of here, steps away. And I'm like, I don't think you did. Got a pretty good memory, Doug. You might have heard about it.
Okay, you know the years.
So when she says you're invited, like, oh, was it Tuesday?
But I would have
March
gone.
23rd?
I would have gone.
Was that
like the fine people on the Riz Show? I'm a big fan. They're good people, and I'm a big fan of Learn's. And she goes, oh yeah, I guess I told Jackson to invite you.
Oh
no, so it's on
Hold
Jackson.
on.
Oh,
I love Learn.
not the topic.
I love Learn. She's great. Outstanding. However, she has your number, correct?
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I have one question for you, and then I will turn this back over.
Colonel Jessup over here.
Did Learn ask you to invite me to her birthday party?
wipe sweat off brow. I don't recall that,
Doug,
but it could have happened.
North.
Okay.
It could have happened. The more I think about it, it probably did happen. However, that doesn't change the fact that I'm not like.
Why wouldn't you just invite him?
I'm not
yourself?
Tim's publicist. Like
No.
if she wanted
Doesn't ring a bell.
if she wants to invite him, invite him. Like shoot him a text. Why am I? What is the onus on me?
You don't
Does
need
it
to
ring
be
a
the
bell?
conduit.
Does it ring a bell, Jax?
And in fairness, like. Yes, I probably, but I don't. It was like a month or two beforehand. I don't remember these things. I was in the middle of doing God knows what. Probably nothing important, but something.
What could have been?
I think the Bucks were having a big game that night.
So
So I said, well, I didn't get the invite.
That's my mistake then.
And then she said, I think I sent you something on Facebook. I said, I don't get a chance to spend as much time as I'd like on Facebook. Martin, I know you. Although I see there's an account with your name on it, by the way.
This just happened about a week ago.
What is going on with that? I think there's like burners of us.
It's got like a profile picture of a bull or something.
Oh, wow. Tip of the cap. Like Jackson announced yesterday he doesn't have the build of a bull.
Like Martin with like one of those nose rings like a bull has.
There's something weird going on where Fox 2 started a page for me, but there's a second page, and I get on my phone notifications. It'll say, Jackson Burkett's on Facebook right now, looking to talk or something.
I am?
No, but by way of example. So
fair.
one night I had all these notifications, so I opened it up, and I don't know my password, but my desk computer at work opens it up. So I just started, oh, look, friend requests. I hit about all these friend requests from the last year. So I just started clicking them, and my wife goes, are you on Facebook? I said, I opened it up because I kept getting all these text messages. So there is an account that is real.
And that is truly yours.
Yes, but
and
I'm not.
why did you choose the avatar of the bull?
Now that one, I think the two Fox. There's another one with me and Jerry Lewis. That's the real one.
Jerry Lewis?
Yeah. That's the real Facebook.
You worked with Jerry Lewis.
We had a photo shoot in Las Vegas in the summer of 1993. I repeat many stories, but this one, we're all wearing tuxedos. You had to have a tuxedo for the promo shoot because everybody's doing the MDA telethon. I met Mike Bush for the first time in the summer of 93 at the telethon convention. So everybody gets these photo ops with Jerry Lewis. There's 100. There's Tom from Tulsa, Bill from Buffalo, and Martin from Rhinelander, all just lined up to meet Jerry Lewis. And he's 100% serious. I was watching this happen. I said, I thought he'd be wacky. He's like, hey, Tom, how are you? Tulsa, great. Love it. Okay. Pictures, smile, turn, boom, boom. Just couldn't be more kind of flat. And I got up there and he goes, wow, who's the tall guy? And he just does, he did like a whole bit. Wacky
Doug,
Jerry.
I'm picking up a read.
Really?
And I thought, this is just bizarre. And I have these pictures of me and Jerry Lewis that have made the round. So that is my official Facebook page. When you see Jerry Lewis, Doug, you know I mean business.
I think he had the reputation for being kind of a weird guy. That's why he and Dean Martin broke up.
They broke up.
They were a big team. They were a huge
yeah.
team together. And Dean Martin finally said, I can't take this guy anymore.
Because just too wacky.
Mm-hmm.
So was your encounter with Jerry Lewis similar to what producer Joe experienced with the delightful Andy Dick in Las Vegas, Martin, in which we were all in a, Doug, were we in a cabana at the late Hard Rock Hotel?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
And Andy Dick came up in a Speedo tuxedo, and for whatever reason, his buddies, their teeth seemed like there was some kind of effect on their teeth from something. I don't know what it was. And he walked up to my friend, wonderful Pot Limit Omaha player, by the way, and he's probably, 6'5" or so, and he ran his finger down his boy cleavage and said, ooh, you're a tall one.
Oh.
That's what Andy Dick said to my buddy. Again, wonderful PLO player. Was that the same? Did Jerry Lewis run?
No. I think Andy Dick gives off a certain vibe.
I'm in me undies.
Was that him there?
That's him right there.
He gives off a certain vibe, and his last name, is kind of key to the conversation. And no, I didn't think it was that. I think just Jerry was getting bored and decided to kind of go wackadoodle for a minute to kind of please the staff. Like, he still got it. It's still wacky Jerry when Nutty Professor when he feels like it. But I was kind of embarrassed because everybody in line then, instead of looking down at the ground, looked up like, what's going on up there? Like I had goosed him.
He had been flat, and then all of a sudden you walk up and he's alive.
Wow, look at this guy. Tall. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. And then he shrunk down and looked up at me as if he was 3 feet tall.
It's not like you're a 7-footer or anything.
And I was 25. I knew who he was, but I didn't really know the body of work. So I was like, oh, okay, Mr. Lewis, thank you so much. But it was not, I don't think it was akin to what was going on with the other fella.
Andy Dick,
Yes.
who producer Joe would later wake up about 8 hours later, and Andy Dick was in his room.
How can I prevent my anus from bleeding?
Oh, have you seen that video on YouTube of Jerry Lewis as an older guy where a kid comes in to try to interview him, and he just couldn't be a bigger jerk to the kid?
Yeah.
Just ripped him, everything the kid said. It was really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Martin hit it off with him.
Yeah, apparently our 30 seconds of shtick together. It had to be brutal for him. I mean, there really were like 100 of us lined up.
Well, he raised millions for that charity, though. Give him that.
And it just kind of flamed out. Mike Bush might still do something because the cause
The Labor Day telethon.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a great cause, even after the Jerry Lewis. I think you would always have Norm Crosby sitting there next to him, right? The kind of random Vegas-type stars.
Lived to
Wayne Newton never
91.
get in there?
Lived to 91 years old. Jerry Lewis. It's a good life.
Yeah. We'll take your Jerry Lewis.
King of comedy. I don't know.
I am afraid to do a follow-up on the producer Joe Andy Dick. I apologize.
I'll take your questions on it. I mean,
so I'm new here, but I'm going back, kind of like people rewatch The Sopranos. I'm going back and listening to seasons. You know.
Yeah. What are you in season 4 of TMA?
I got to about season 7, and I think you were sideways with ownership, and they were kind of terrible owners, so it doesn't narrow it down. And then there's a weird guy who calls in every week and becomes part of the show. That doesn't narrow it down.
Right.
But I missed
It's kind of a theme to the program.
I missed the episode where Joe wakes up and Andy Dick's in his room because that could be really problematic.
It's a fine observation. I was playing in the 2008 World Series of Poker main event, and producer Joe went out there. A bunch of buddies also were playing in it. And so, I don't know, like 15, 20 guys are out there. Doug, this was 4th of July weekend 2008, am I right?
I don't know the years, Tim.
And Andy Dick and, again, a couple of buddies were walking around the Hard Rock pool wearing Speedo tuxedos.
Now, what does that mean, tuxedo?
So they were wearing little bikini briefs.
No.
Banana hammocks.
With top hats.
Yeah.
But as opposed to just like what Doug will wear when he goes to the lake, like a solid color bikini brief, Andy and his buddies, they had little tuxedos on there, little tuxedos. So if you were to unbutton the bow tie, you might get a treat.
Oh.
So the Speedo was actually in the form of a tuxedo.
Correct.
Okay.
Later, I believe the next day after I, of course, made it through day 1 of the World Series of Poker main event, which you can do by folding, the producer Joe was feeling ill. He went back to his hotel room earlier. He was splitting a room with another gentleman. The other gentleman, Andy Dick took a liking to him also. This isn't the tall guy. This was a smaller guy. For whatever reason, they went back up to the room. Now, that part I don't know.
Oh, no.
All I know is Joe woke up on cold medicine. Andy Dick was jumping on the bed next to him.
If that happened to you, you would think you were still asleep, right?
Yeah, or you had died.
Yeah.
And now you're hallucinating.
This is purgatory.
In the final few moments of brainwave
This
activity.
is the first puzzle I have to solve to get into the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
So I know what you are curious about, Martin, when you asked the question of why was Andy Dick in producer Joe's hotel room, but I do firmly believe that Joe, because he was sick, took cold medicine, and Joe's roommate for the trip, who Joe wasn't necessarily close with, had met Andy Dick, and they hit it off, and for whatever reason went back to the room.
Well, I'm on Wikipedia. Andy Dick from 1986 to 1990. Were those the years, Doug? 86 to 90.
I think that's correct.
Andy Dick was married to Yvonne Kowalczyk, with whom he has a son.
Right.
Who was born in 88. Also has a son and daughter with Lena Sved. In a 2006 interview with the Washington Post, Dick said he is bisexual. So
that's confirmed. Okay. That is confirmed.
Okay.
That is confirmed. But again, Joe had
I wasn't
cold
sure
medicine.
what the full resume was.
He had the cold medicine. He woke up, and his roommate had met Andy Dick, and they were up in the room together.
Was the roommate also jumping on the bed? Why would a grown gentleman jump on the bed?
I don't know that. If Joe wants to call in, he is welcome to.
Or Andy.
Or Andy Dick. I know he live streams from L.A. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in if you want to. Those are the Collier and Thompson phone lines. If you want to email in about your experiences with Andy Dick the morning after at InsideSTL.com, that's a way you can participate. in the program as well. And then, of course, that text inbox, and you got today and you got Monday, and that's it. And Jackson cuts you off. You can get a name. And I see there's some phone numbers still in there lurking. You can get a name, and then you will improve your chances of being read on the program. Although this one that I just saw from the 217 triggered something that I saw from Jeremy Rutherford last night that I thought was super intriguing. Martin, I bet you saw this. Doug, I bet you didn't see this.
Okay.
Braden Schenn, Sidney Crosby, Jimmy Snipes. Does that trigger anything for you?
Yes.
Okay, so you know.
Jimmy Snipes is living with Schenn.
That's correct.
And Schenn is buddies with Crosby.
Okay.
And apparently Sid, the kid, was hanging at Schenner's house on Wednesday night.
Yeah,
and so
having dinner.
So Jimmy Snipes is just living in Braden Schenn's house like, oh, my God, who's coming over? Ding dong. Oh, it's Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
Talk about an initiation.
At the door. Who would you rather open the door for, Sidney Crosby or Andy Dick? Be honest.
Crosby.
How much Benadryl have I taken?
This is what the JR tweet said. Snuggerud is staying with Schenn, and last night Schenn had Crosby over to his house. So guess who got to hang out with Crosby? Snipes says, quote, "It's crazy. I grew up watching him, and he's my favorite player. I had a fathead of him in my room growing up." So, Doug, the fathead comes to life. He opens the door, and there's 87.
All right. Well, Snugsy's in the league, too. He's one of those guys now.
Wow,
you have to get used to that.
He said how exciting it was to be sitting on the bench and watch Patrick Kane skate by on Tuesday night. Wednesday night, he opens the door and there's Sid the kid.
Yeah, pretty cool. Well, Snuggerud
Doesn't sound like you're that excited about it.
No, I'm just saying that he's in the group now. He's one of those guys.
He's on scholarship, too?
Yes, and there's probably going to be some kid with a Snuggerud fathead on his wall someday. So, yeah, I'm sure it's a shock to the system when you first get in there, but he's beaten the odds. He's a fantastic young player, and he's going to be a star himself.
It is a great tradition, right? Robert Thomas grows up at the Kachuk house. I think Schenner had somebody else live with him. I'm trying to remember. That's on the team now.
Gusarov?
I don't remember now.
I think it was Gusarov. That's right.
I don't think Vitale's too happy with Schenner because he had Sid over.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
I actually think Joey said that last week. He goes, he'll probably get together with Schenn. I think he said that they're kind of buddies.
But then Snipes got to be there. How great is that?
We do like logistics. So when the young guys come up, they find a teammate's house to bunk in? Is that how it works?
I think they just sort of step up and say, hey, you can live with me. Willie McGee lived with Ozzy.
Yeah, Jackson lived with me for the first 2 years he was on the show.
Did he really?
I lived in the carport.
He did. He lived in a carport. So if it rained,
scraps out the back door.
It could be problematic if the rain was coming in from the north or the
Everybody
south.
said Jakey Neighbors lived with Schenn before Snuggs moved in.
Now, if you didn't have someone like that, well, I guess the team would put you up in a extended stay hotel
They
or
could
something?
probably find a place, but I guess they don't do that in other sports, right?
That doesn't
Go
seem
down
like
there
it.
and
It's
ask.
like when a Cardinal gets called up.
I think they just live in a hotel.
Right, I would assume. What hotel you think, Doug?
Probably right across the street from the stadium.
That's a good spot.
You like logistics. Next time the birds are back. Hey, Victor, what's going on, buddy? Hey, whose house you living in?
Nice.
Where you
I'm
staying?
sorry?
What's your address?
I think they hook them up with some places with like really short-term leases. So
Probably so.
Ozzy's joke was that he took him in to be nice and to be a veteran player, and he said 2 years later he's still there. And Willie said we did a Zoom during COVID because things were a little lean in the sports department. We had Ozzy, Willie on a Zoom, and we brought this topic up, and Ozzy's like, Martin, he wouldn't leave, and Willie said, hey, man, we were in Town and Country.
Guys, did Kevin Hayes stop in, too? He's happy to be back. That's from the co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club. Do you think he was there, Martin? That wasn't mentioned in JR's tweet.
I don't think so. Everybody liked him. Seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, just didn't necessarily get excited about the welcome back last night on the scoreboard.
I got to say, that's one of Army's strong suits, too, is when to bail. You know, not only that Brandon Saad had to go, and obviously Saad was happy to leave at that point. Kevin Hayes needed to be moved out, and whenever he had a deal on the table, he'd say, hey, you want a Yori Laterra? This guy's pretty good. And he has done a good job of moving on at the right time.
And wasn't that trade a part of the Edmonton signings? Because didn't they have to...
The second-round pick.
Yeah, they needed
That's
to
right.
get rid of a
exactly
second-round pick.
No, they needed to get one.
Get one. Yeah, to give one.
Yes.
When they signed
exactly
Broberg
right.
and
That's
Holloway.
exactly right.
Yeah.
That's what that article in The Athletic detailed on that whole
I
move.
wish that was more. This was more of a tradition. Like, you'd come home and Tim's wife, I'm sorry, who's that? Oh, that's the non-gay. He's going to just live with us for a few months.
Yeah. Taking under my wing. I know he wants to go to law school, but we all think the right move is to get into sports talk radio.
You guys got some free housing? I just need a little room, a couple gift cards. I'll be fine. Just put me out back. I don't like to leave, though, even if you call the police.
Anything left on the gift cards? Well, a lot of the producers would need your tutelage, Tim, so they can do a dossier and make a phone call with someone to see if they can come on the show.
That's exactly right. Yeah, the things you need to learn in this craft, Doug. Get involved on the program. So many different ways to do so. Sharon and Clayton, very active, and she's, I guess, Doug, we can now confirm that she is not in town. She said, too bad I wasn't in town. I could have knocked on the door and seen Sid, Sheen, and Snuggie.
Oh, gosh.
That's from Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan. So that means she's in one of those other residences right now, not Clayton. But I guess that means she knows where Schenn/Sheen lives.
Probably does. She seems well connected. She in Maui now? They're still down there in Sanibel.
I bet she's still in Sanibel. I bet she's still in Sanibel.
I saw Schenn pregame, and in my head, I heard Sheen. I'm telling you, when he walked by, it's just a stupid show.
It'll own your soul. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day. The Stiefel dossier seems to be fluid, but we are locking in Robert Thomas at 9:30.
9:30, Robert Thomas.
Joey Vitale, 10 o'clock now?
10 o'clock.
All right, fair enough. Cardinals with a day game today. Doug, it's the home opener at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
And so it's a day game in Boston. A lot of day games in baseball today because there are some home openers going on, some rough conditions along the East Coast. So maybe there will be some rainouts. At the very least, people are going to be playing in some cold weather in baseball. Cardinals with a day game in Fenway. Blues off today. Avalanche in town tomorrow. That is a pregame of 5 p.m. here on 101 ESPN and a puck drop of 6 p.m. for the Blues and the Avalanche. About 48 hours ago, I was wondering if the Blues could catch the Avalanche. That is now not officially put to bed, but the Avalanche have restored order ever since their comeback against the Blackhawks, and then they just skull pounded last night. So that isn't going to happen. It's just a matter of who gets first place in each one of these divisions. At this point, the Avalanche beat the hell out of the Blue Jackets last night, and maybe what could be a Western Conference final preview, although I would probably bet against it. The Jets and Golden Knights did play, and the Jets went into Las Vegas and shut them out 4-0. So that was what brings the LA Kings into play as a possible opponent.
I mean, it's pretty brutal. If you're in the West, if you're a Winnipeg fan, you're thinking we're good enough to win the Cup. If you're a Dallas Stars fan, you're thinking we're good enough to win the Cup. Avalanche fans with that talent, Vegas, hey, we could win the Cup. Kings are playing great. Hey, we could win the Cup. And all of a sudden the Blues are like, well, we'd like to make a deep playoff run, but all those teams are loaded. I mean, if you look at the East versus the West is just absolutely loaded.
Yeah, that's what Good Morning Grant, who was filling in for Chris Kerber on the Curbside podcast, was saying with Joey Vitale, is that if you take a look at the Eastern Conference versus the West, and then I was starting to think about maybe firing a bullet because you can bet which conference wins the Stanley Cup. That obviously doesn't limit you to a team. I mean, the Canadiens are sitting there at 81 points, and right now they would be in the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Wild have 89, and they're in the same spot in the West that the Canadiens are, having the 8th overall seed. It's just a different level of talent as far as depth at the top in the West. So with that said, the Blues could really at this point have one of, I would say, 4 opponents. I mean, the Jets and Stars are live, and now the Kings are live along with the Golden Knights. And I guess theoretically, the Oilers, they all have 7 games left in the Pacific Division, those 3 teams fighting for that division title. The Stars have a game in hand on the Jets, so there's a chance that the Stars could play.
I did this whole thing, and that's when Bernie Federico said, don't worry about it. And I was like, you know what? The guy who played the game, he's in the Hall of Fame. Right. I'm saying, well, it could be Winnipeg, but then what if Vegas? He said, yeah, don't worry about it. Just play the games.
Right.
And then I said, can I live at your house for a while?
Calgary's still got 7 games to play. So a potential 14 points. They could get as many as 98 points. Blues right now are at 91 with 5 to play. So if they get 8 points in the last 5 games, they clinch. They're definitely in. Right now, that would be the magic number, 8 points.
8 points. That's what it takes.
I'm going to say 6. You get to 97. I
Yeah,
think
probably won't take 8, of course.
Get to 97, you're good.
You're good if you go to 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor. You're real good, as a matter of fact. Dr. Brandon Pryor, a loyal TMA listener and now loyal TMA advertiser as well. 100 West Dental is on Manchester in Baldwin and online at 100westdental.com. And I'm sure we have probably all been to dentist's office, and you feel like you're like in a teleport back to the 70s. Maybe the scene of the setting of Severance. Would that be a good analogy?
It's similar, sterile.
Yeah, sterile.
Yeah.
That's not the way it is at 100 West Dental. Plus, they have all the latest technology because Brandon Pryor wants the patient experience to be the absolute best. So here is what he's saying. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan will aid in the cost of the dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. On top of that, because dental insurance is separate from health insurance, people oftentimes think, well, if they don't get their teeth checked on, it's not going to hurt their overall health. But that's actually not the case. Poor dental health can impact your overall health. Therefore, it is important to go in to get checked up at a dentist. Go to 100westdental.com and you can schedule right now. No phone call is needed. It's 100westdental.com. If you're interested in Invisalign, let them know that you are a TMA listener. Give them my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. It's 100westdental.com. Coming up on the program, Robert Thomas and Joey Vitale, and we have the drops of the week as well as the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That is your Stiefel dossier. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I was texting with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Certainly April 3rd, 2025 might go down in history. And so we were talking about mortgage rates. There is an opportunity here, and Stewie joins us now to talk about that. Stewie, let's get to the bottom of this. What's going on with all of these rates?
Well, the first thing you got to understand is how it all works. So there are two major markets that are in the industry that we know about. There's the stock market and there's the bond market. And if you have $1 billion to invest, you're going to pick whichever was doing the higher yield. Yesterday, the market collapsed. Obviously, we know it's down thousands of points. Today, it's showing a little bit of signs of a repeat. This means that people are pulling money out of the market and they're buying into bonds. That means there's more demand than there is supply. People are buying it. It's forcing mortgage rates to go down. All this is about the tariffs. Now, this could be a knee-jerk reaction. All of a sudden, you're in a situation where everybody's panicking. The rates drop tremendously. Things calm down. They may bounce right back. So this is the lowest rates I've seen since 2020. It's an opportunity right now to refinance. You may not get it tomorrow. If things calm down, you'll be reversed. So grab it now. Take those low interest rates now. If they go down later, you can do it again. I don't think we're going to see this kind of drop in one day. It's the biggest lock day we've had in 5+ years. Take advantage while you can.
There it is, and you can do so with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Got to capitalize on it now. 314-324-4440. That's his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Thanks, Stewie.
Have a great day.
You too.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night 5-4 in overtime over the Pittsburgh Penguins. Make that an 11 in a row, tying the franchise record set in 2019. I'm just checking my notes here. That's right, they got hot that year and they won that baby. Blues are back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Avalanche. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I like to guess Jackson's music themes.
Okay.
What do you think we got going on here today?
This is Stevie Wonder, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Not blind, by the way.
Oh,
He's not.
wow.
That's a hill I have been dying on for years.
There is that video where someone knocks something over and he
Catches
grabs
the
it,
mic stand.
keeps it from falling.
Shaquille O'Neal also tells a pretty interesting story about being in an elevator and the doors open up and Stevie Wonder's standing there. He goes, "What's up, Shaq?" He's not blind.
The theme, Songs of Jubilation, after a thrilling Blues victory last
How about
night.
Gloria? Can we get Gloria?
Maybe, yeah, it's a Song of Jubilation.
Okay.
Yeah, Songs
Do
of
you
Jubilation.
like the Blues goal song, Doug?
I forget what it is at the moment.
Hey.
How about that?
Oh.
Something like that.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I think it's The Urge, maybe.
It's pretty
That's
good.
right.
Yeah.
I was thinking Jackie was doing kind of a Frisky Friday. Just kind
Jackson,
of.
you're doing a different song over there, just for the record.
I am?
Yes.
Okay.
I know you haven't been able to get down to the Enterprise Center as much as you'd like
I went
for
to a
hockey games.
game against CBJ maybe early January.
That's right.
And haven't been back since.
Oh, Pestus wanted you to buy a sweater, right?
That's right.
He chastised you.
Right.
Did you
Full
do the
price.
power play dance?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
You should. You're supposed to.
I'm on board with the power play dance. Wave, not so much. Power play dance, I'm with.
I don't think they do the wave at Blues games.
No. I'm sure someone's tried before.
Probably did back in the heyday.
Cal Kennedy, Doug, the John Wooden of St. Gabriel's, texted me. I've gotten two different texts already saying St. Louis Hills Country Club, we've got to get some merchandise. Koozies and hats have been suggested. We'll get to work on that on the TMA STL shop.
I already trademarked it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Joe Buck and I ran over to the patent office.
Couldn't you just plant a golf flag somewhere on Francis Park and call that St. Louis Hills Country Club?
They should have some sort of golf vehicle over there, like a little putting green or a little
There you go.
Miniature golf.
driving
We
range,
have it
mini
in my
golf.
parents' backyard right there, Tam Avenue. Yeah, St. Louis Hills Country Club. $2 initiation fee.
Cal Kennedy.
Waiting list.
Cal Kennedy sit on a bench next to Fungo. Is that how it works over there?
Fungo's the official, so that would be a conflict of interest if he was on the bench.
They would never.
Doug, watch yourself.
Commiserate
And which
over
one
there,
is the
Doug.
fixer to make sure St. Gabe's wins them all?
Wow.
They employ a fixer.
Wow.
Dump.
Pestus from Festus, I guess he heard his name, and it was like the bat signal. He is on the Callier and Thompson
said it
phone
like
lines. Robert,
30
I know, it's
seconds
amazing.
ago.
Robert Thomas is going to be on those phone lines here in about an hour, and then Joey Vitale will be with us. Good morning, Pestus.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Wonderful. How about this note?
Oh, the note. I got some updates on that.
Have you?
Wow. In the last 12 hours, we have a development.
Okay.
Yes, we have a development.
What's happened?
The Blues have went out. They bought the bassinet for the baby. They bought the stroller for the baby.
Mm-hmm.
They got the car seat for the baby.
Yeah.
I like this.
Mama's in the back seat laying down. She's on her way to the hospital. We just got to get her into the delivery room.
Oh, that
Wow,
boy,
Doug,
nice.
you
That
like
is
this.
So poetic. It's
So all we need to do is deliver the baby, Doug. We have
Right.
all the accoutrements.
and set it in the Stanley Cup.
Yep. And Sharon, I have found out something about her.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, what's that?
She's on the witness protection program. That's why she's moving so much.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Is that right? Sharon,
I
you're
don't
going to have
think
to
so.
call in. She just, I have to tell you, I don't know if you guys saw this. I never know who has the Air Comfort Service text inbox open and who doesn't. Who does right now?
I currently
Jackson
do.
does. Martin does. Chairman?
got it over
Chairman, you do
here.
not.
Sometimes
you and
I-
they're talking
I
it
can
over in the
open it.
Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Chairman likes to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Sharon just sent in a picture of herself, Pestus, wearing a Blues hat, and I believe she was down in Sanibel. Oh, yeah, she says, I'm repping the note while I'm here. And there she is, a picture of with palm trees behind her, Doug. quite envious of Sharon's setup.
Well, I give her credit for staying on the Blues.
Yep.
I give her that credit.
Right.
Pestus, where were you when the Cards were rattling off these wins? You said 95 wins. We mocked you, and now the baseball world has noticed what's happening.
Well, I've been right here trying to get in on your program to talk to you about it.
Oh, no.
Huh. Okay, well, we're glad you got through.
Well, I got through and everything, and Cardinals got a good one today. We'll win that one.
Oh, wow. Are you releasing a 5-star lock?
Yeah.
Sounds confident.
Here's the one thing. Remember, I told you one thing at the beginning of the year. Just let the young boys play.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look what they're doing.
Yeah.
Should be 6-0.
Well, it should be, but you got to have some losses.
Yeah, there's going to be a few.
Pestus, are you taking questions?
Yeah.
Thought about it, right? And you are a blind gentleman, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever heard that theory that KG was saying that's out there that Stevie Wonder is not actually blind? Have you ever heard that before?
I've heard rumors, but I know it's not true.
Okay.
He is blind.
How do you know that?
You just have to look at, when I was young, I was able to see and everything. And you can look at his mannerisms and everything, the way he walked, the way he moved, the things he done. All of those were signs that he was blind.
Okay. I was just curious from your perspective. Anything else, Pestus? The text line is chiming in about your call.
Well, that's good because if they're talking about me, they're thinking about me.
That's true.
That's true.
Well,
and as far as Jackson, don't worry about the jersey for the Blues.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job without one.
Thank you.
That's a nice little way to go into the weekend.
Welcome to the Alliance.
Yeah, feeling good.
All
Thanks,
right,
Pestus.
gentlemen, you stay dry out there.
Okay.
Build your pontoon boats so we can float them down the river.
Gonna need them. Yep.
You're going to need them. And I will talk to you sometime in the future.
Thank you, Pestus. There he is. Doug, he is our January listener of the month. The YouTube chat, which was a gentleman's name, won February, and who won March? Just
JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach with his dominating Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day performance. Sharon, following up to Pestus's thought that she is in the Witness Protection Program. She says, I am not in the Witness Protection. I am just a byproduct of a hardworking husband.
Huh.
Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Yeah, that's nice.
She's doffing her cap to, yes.
That was Tim's dream. 20 years ago, he said, I just want to be
I just want a cute guy to marry and then take care of me. And Sharon is doffing her cap to her husband, who I guess has made some cash, allowing them to spend winters in Sanibel. And I
Maui.
say God bless.
Yeah.
And Maui. I guess Maui's good anytime.
And summers in Michigan. Summers in Michigan,
And I guess like a couple weeks in Clayton.
Yeah, that's a pretty good gig if you can get it.
Maybe we need to meet this guy, Doug.
Yeah, maybe she's got enough for all of us.
Lisa's a fan. And Lisa's a gem, Jackson, is that right?
Yes, confirmed.
Not a fan of Ali Marmol or John Zalak, but she is a fan of Pestus, and she says, I'll bet he is a good grandpa with a heart emoji. How about that?
I'm sure he is.
He's a wonderful gentleman.
I'm sure he is.
Tim, idea time. Don't know if you're on board or not. Robert Thomas, friend of the show, doesn't always like our questions.
Right.
But should be in great spirits, riding high, playing great, team's playing well, has the overtime winner. Now he gets to come on this show. But I thought if he doesn't like our questions, we cowardly say, here's what people are asking. Should we take questions from the audience for Bob Thomas?
I think we clear it with him in advance, and if so, we go right to that Air Comfort Service text line and that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Let's
Doug.
just have a few in the hopper and then say, are you up for this?
Questions for Robert Thomas. Start sending them in. He's going to be with us at 9:30 on the program. Joey Vitale might take us all the way to like noon. And I'm intrigued by what has moved him around. Candidly, furious he hasn't responded to my text about coming in and doing the program while Doug is, you're going to the Hamptons, Jackson's Pants Place in the Hamptons next week. So that's
Thanks,
got me
Jackson.
irritated. And he dodged you when you were down at the Enterprise Center yesterday, Martin. So this guy's a problem.
I was down in the bowels, as Burwell always referred to the lower region of a stadia or dome. And I was down there, and usually Joey V makes an appearance. I did not see him. And I don't know,
Maybe he's
maybe
hanging out with his former teammates in the
he was
room.
over on it was on the Pens side of things, maybe.
Well, on hockey days, it seems like he's on the air for about 8 hours. He's doing pregame stuff and the game stuff, and then between period stuff, and then more game, and then post game, and it's a long day.
Another one of our female listeners, we've heard from Lisa and Sharon and Clayton in this segment, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Doug says, I've got the same thing going on as Sharon. I just don't advertise it or shutter spook around blues players' houses like a jersey chaser. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And now we have warfare between our many, many loyal female listeners.
Define many.
3.
Okay.
Maybe we need a new show, Housewives of TMA.
Wow. How hot would that be? Hot.
Yes.
The Real Housewives of TMA.
And most of the footage would just be them flipping on like the YouTube channel or stream, sitting there and listening.
Get involved on the program. So many ways to do so. 312 friends now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Watch the program, interact with other listeners, and of course, you're welcome to call in just like Pestus did. And if you want to win, email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. Today we have the drops of the week. And, Martin, oftentimes we'll play Mike Francesa kind of fumbling around on his program. Yesterday, during an actual play-by-play call of a major league game, there was some technology fumbling around from a well-known former ball player. We'll have that audio for you coming up. Robert Thomas, 9:30. Joey Vitale, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. The program's The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
In the market for a new vehicle, not sure what you can afford or what you can get approved for? Go to one website. That's the only one you need to know, autoloanpro.com. When you're looking for financing, one thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. So if you're in that market, not sure how it works, even better. You can go down on the website to the bottom and find the free playbook and download. That's the word I was looking for. Download the free playbook so you understand how the credit industry works, figure out what you can afford. They're going to work hard to get you the best rates possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders to get you the best financing available. So you're trying to learn how it all works, the credit industry. They're going to teach you that by downloading the free playbook. Right there on the website, Bob Thomas, friend of the show, last night's hero. He's on the website. He supports Auto Loan Pro. Again, working with over 50 different lenders, not sure how it works. You've had a hiccup along the way. They'll clean up your credit as you learn how it works. Buy a car, buy another one down the road. Learn how the process works. All one site, autoloanpro.com. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
Oh, Doug, you wanted it. You got it.
Where has this been all year?
Well, Jackie Papers has it for you.
It's nice now. Thank
What do
you.
you want?
I just think the crowd would go bananas if they played this after a Blues win now.
But don't you think it's more special that it's kept to one
No, I'd like to
awesome
hear
year?
it all the time. It should be our song.
But don't you think it would get old?
No.
Okay.
I think
Jackson
you win the
standing
cup
down.
and then you play it. Win the cup, play it again just for
I
fun.
think knowing when to exit something is important. And lost
This is a
art in a
show
way.
that rides every joke into the ground.
Self-awareness.
It couldn't have been more popular, more universally praised at the time.
Right.
So
But-
why does that mean you have to quit?
Because it'll only go down in people's estimation if you exclusively play it.
Well, if it does, it does. But in the meantime, you'll have some fun, more fun with it.
Tim, Heat Is On was 85.
That's right.
And then Shakedown by Bob Seger
87.
for no real reason. In 86, did they beat the Glenn Fry vehicle, The Heat Is On, into the ground? Or
No,
did it
they kept it for 85. The song in 1986, I wonder if anybody can guess this.
Starship? No.
Best song in 86?
The Cardinal
Cardinals.
theme song in 1986.
Like Celebration in 82, Heat Is On 85,
Huh. Can we have initials?
Shakedown 87.
C-U, don't worry, I'm not doing that. C-U-I-Y-C.
Come up in yo country. I don't remember that
Was
song.
that the band's initials?
I actually had like old
Culture
Cardinal
Club.
souvenir cups with this.
And it was a band that was the CU?
No, that's the song, Martin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go to the...
See, what is it again? See you.
I think
come
instant
up in-
replay. People are texting an instant replay. I think that was 1983. Yes, people are getting a tip of the cap to the audience. Catch us if you can.
Oh, okay.
Who's saying
And I think Vince Coleman, I think it's an older song, I say respectfully. And if I'm not mistaken, the souvenir cup had Vince Coleman turning and running to second base, Doug, and probably getting ready to steal 100.
Catch me if you
And as it
I
turned
don't
out,
remember
the
that.
Cardinals couldn't catch the Mets in 1986.
Cards got caught?
86. Oh, they got blasted in 86. I mean, they were out of it in June.
Was that the Bob Horner? No, he was 88.
Bob Horner was 88.
So did they pick a song? I thought Celebration just happened organically.
I think it did. The Heat Is On thing, I think, happened organically as well. But they were able to. I don't think you can do this now. They were able to intersperse Jack Buck, Mike Shannon calls throughout, which made it even better. I don't know. I don't know if we'd be able to, like, we can't, can we play that? I don't know. Hell, I don't know. But I mean, that's what made the thing so great. And I share Jackson's viewpoint. I like that Gloria is in 2019. Now, with that said, I have to acknowledge my hypocrisy because when the Cardinals played, was it the Venga Bus? Is that what it is? Is it the Venga Boys or Venga Bus?
The Six Flags
The
thing?
Six Flags song.
Yeah, right.
Can you play that for the audience?
I like the little guy that danced with it.
Well, he looked like Junior Soprano. When Wainwright strikes out Brandon Inge in 2006, I'm sitting there and I'm like, can't wait to hear Celebration. So in my mind, but Celebration to me is like that's a song you can play anytime. Gloria is so dialed in. I guess that's how I'm justifying my hypocrisy. And the next thing I know is I hear the Six Flags song. And I thought, what the hell is this? You got it there, Jackson? Oh, God, help us all. What is this? So guess what happens in 2011?
They start playing this again.
Yes! So it's like Celebration's 82, and I'm like, okay, if you're going to say that, I get it. Blues, Gloria, 2019. Okay, I get it. So then you bring out the Six Flags thing in 2006. So that's 2006 for whatever effing reason. Fine. But then they bring it back for 2011. And yeah, I am pissed off by it. And when I watch the Cardinals and Red Sox today and I see those effing red hats to look like the Rangers, the Angels, the Reds, the Phillies, and every other hack-ass organization, I'm going to be pissed about that too. Just like you're pissed about no gold pants for the Fighting Tigers.
Yes, I am. Old gold, not yellow.
Jackson, these are the things that ruffle our feathers.
Hey, I get it. Everyone's got their things.
What's your thing, baby? What's your thing?
Oh, what is my thing?
Getting to 11.
Pretty locked into Cardinals Navy Caps making a return.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Even though we asked Marmol about it, and who else? Some of the guys
Helsley.
on the team.
Helsley.
They all wanted the Navy caps.
Yeah. Oh, I know it. And it's like some of them wear like the navy arm sleeve. Like they clearly want more navy up in this piece, and I don't know why we're not getting it.
Doug had a problem with that. I knew it. I didn't need to ask.
Wouldn't you sell more merchandise if you rolled them back out? Because people then would say, I need one of those blue hats.
You'd think.
Make
Damn,
money.
good luck. God, it drives me up the wall. I'm like looking forward to assuming I'll be in cortisone come down when that game gets going today in Boston, and I'm going to see the red hats. I'm just going, God, they got this incredible uniform, one of the best in all of sports, and they ruin it with those hack red hats. Doug Buzz won the Listener of the Month. Was that June 2003?
I don't know the months or years, Tim.
He is with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, caller Buzz.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
Fine. You?
I'm mad because Tim's mad.
No, really. That's all it takes, huh?
But my bad, KG. I was calling the old station's burner instead of this one, so I had the wrong number saved. So I apologize for blaming you.
You don't ever have to apologize to me.
Wow. So
Thanks,
Buzz
KG.
sucks up to Tim, therefore KG sucks up to Buzz.
Huh, yeah. Interesting.
All right.
I'm putting down a jalapeno cheese sausage roll from Quick Trip right now.
Oh, are you really? How is it?
Missile.
How is it?
Tim, you want to guess the total fat in this bad boy?
I'm going to go 60 grams.
Doug probably knows.
Oh, that's a little high. It's 31 grams with 11 grams saturated fat. The sodium's 1,200.
Ooh, good.
So
You trying to beef up a little bit, guy?
Yeah, I'm down to 240, so it's bulking season.
But you're only like 5'8" or so, aren't you?
carrot cake.
I'm a little taller than that.
Are you?
What did you say the ingredients were?
It's a jalapeno and cheese sausage roll.
Oh, God.
Sounds awful.
Sounds
it's
hideous.
Marvin called that a grease missile.
Yeah.
I'm dipping in sriracha ranch to layer it up.
Hey, how about this real quickly, Buzz? The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says Buzz is my favorite caller in this show's history. Praise Buzz and his average-sized ween. How about that? That's from the self-made stay-at-home
that's
Ladue mom.
awesome.
That's a big endorsement.
That is. I'll take it. But I really want to hit the hole here. And it's not Jobu that's making this blues run. It's the fact that my wife will not have sex with me. And I'm going to explain why.
Okay.
The last time we had sex was the last time we had sex was the final of the Four Nations. I believe that was like February 20th, like something like that. And we have not done it since, mainly because of general just disinterest. But then it got connected to the Blues run, so now she will not have sex with me until the Blues lose again.
Nobody wants to have sex with me now.
Could it also be
Katy
connected
Perry.
to the grease rockets you're eating?
No, that's a factor. And then there's also an Easter egg hunt on Master Sunday that we're disagreeing on, and that's leading to some issues as well.
The Easter's not on Masters weekend, right? I check that every year to make sure of that.
No, it's one of those early, like it's one of like 20 Easter egg hunts, Tim, that we have to attend.
Like a tour.
Yeah. Yep.
I sell stock on Easter egg hunts aggressively.
Oh man. So I'm in your boat, but she's obviously disagreeing. That's leading to it. But now it's tied. Literally on Tuesday, I watched the final 2 minutes of the Blues game with my pants around my ankles because they were down by 1 point. So I thought it was about to happen, and then Kyrie said, "Pull those pants up, buddy." And my wife jumped out of bed as if she was so happy, and she doesn't even like hockey. She just didn't want to do it that night.
Wow, so she doesn't want to sleep with you that badly.
Yeah, right now she finds it fun. I mean, she was able to kind of laugh at me with my little ween and my pants around my ankles.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
That is perfect. That's why this guy's one of the listeners of the month.
Yeah. So we had Holloway yell, take his shirt off, and Kyrie yells, pull your pants up.
That's exactly right.
Big call, Martin.
The last thing is you guys seem to have a case of Festus flare-ups. I got that from Telania's in 2014.
Festus flare-ups?
So much.
What is that exactly?
It's just Festus is hanging around a little too long after a one-night stand. And I have some cream for that. You guys seem to have Festus on you at all times, so I will be sending that to the station. All you gotta do is sit out a week. Yep.
You're going to send us a little Festus. Okay.
Oh, Martin, the players are just stepping on each other out there on the ice.
This is starting to sound like the Don I'm. Oh, what's that? What's that?
Come on.
on, babe.
What do you say about that?
You can't make me put this thing on.
Oh, they got him.
Thank you, Buzz. You're on the he's on the ranch in New Mexico. Is that what Buzz
like
is?
8 different shows going on.
Buzz putting down gas station artery cloggers before 9 a.m. and then calling you idiots to talk about involuntary celibacy is the least shocking thing I've heard in a while. Get the insulin ready for this cock in waiting. Doug, that's Carlos Spicy Wiener. He's never been a real big fan of Buzz's work.
No, nor should he be.
You were observing that there might be some real legs on this Real Housewives of TMA thing. You were seeing this in the text inbox. There's some cattiness going on amongst the female listeners.
It looks like they may have some interest in pursuing this sort of thing.
Who's sideways already, and have they gotten their lips injected?
Caller Ellen said she'd be interested, but she makes her own money. And then Sharon shot back to somebody and said, "Listen, biatch, I've lost the text. So many have come in, I can't go back and find it now."
I like a little hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Oh, so many have come in the last few minutes, I can't track them all.
Well, you can just search the name in the. Here, I'll see who Sharon's mad at.
The stay-at-home Ledoux mom, I think she wasn't happy
right?
with. Yes.
Let's see. Your name is literally stay-at-home Ledoux mom, but you're not bragging. Biatch, please. Not my fault your marriage is so strong that you put your husband in his pool house.
Oh.
That's Sharon and Clayton.
Yeah,
Doug.
it sounds like it's on.
Well, it's her 4th husband.
I thought that was no, it's 5 because she says this is going to be her 5th divorce.
Oh, okay, fair.
There is some kind of Venn diagram for this show. Like, the worse it is, the more texts come in.
Yes.
The testing, this show is just off the rails, and it is kind of crappy. And then the text line explodes.
What's funny is you referenced Tim Vaughn to the Dais. That was 8 days ago when we were at Ballpark Village. I was real down about the program considering we had so many issues. And people were coming up to me and goes, best show I've heard in years.
Yeah.
Gee, all right.
We did have quality guests in addition to the train wreck.
I think the train wreck was more, the quality guests can't be denied. But
and then I see Cucky the Dwarf's unhappy about something in the Michelob. I'm Doug, there's just unhappiness everywhere.
Okay, well, that's pretty cool.
What is this about?
Email of the day.
Oh, so you're aware.
Yeah.
What's the situation? I just see there's a bunch of texts and
he was in there demanding to know who was in charge of the email process because I guess he didn't make the cut yesterday. And demanding. It's just one of those. It goes back to what Prod Joe said: "Be better, not bitter."
Wow,
he did say that.
Yeah, didn't producer Joe? But did he say that to Iggy though?
Yeah,
you're saying that to Cucky.
Anybody who's complaining about the filtering system.
Right,
if you're good, you'll get through regardless of the time constraints.
So you're saying the email was not good?
Yeah, one could say that. I've heard some good work from Cucky. Yesterday, it wasn't in the cards.
Hey, you don't have to answer any questions about the process, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow, man. There's Israel, Hamas. We're trying to get them at the table to work things out. I think there's a chance. Joe and Iggy. Unfortunately, there's no chance. Isn't that crazy? Like all the things in this world that seem untenable and well, we're going to work this one out.
Producer Joe is staunch, Martin.
It's not changing.
You are welcome to pick a fight with whomever, us.
Sure.
We're always there for you, but you can argue amongst yourselves as well. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in Air Comfort Service text line. You're also welcome to call in 314-974-0101. And, of course, email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. 349 friends are in that YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, and that's 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. And when you're outside enjoying wonderful weather, which is coming, it's not going to be here for a few days, and perhaps you're out there enjoying the golf course with some friends as the weather warms up, Michelob Ultra is a wonderful companion. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA, and Doug Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines.
Yep, and you ought to give Collier and Thompson a little jingle if you'd like to spruce your house up, make it look great for the spring and the summer and for many years to come. If you haven't redesigned your house, rehabbed it a little bit over the years, they start to look tired and old and dated, Collier & Thompson can step in and make any part of your house look like $1,000,000. It's hard to know who to trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available to you in case you need to make any changes. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work that they produce for more than just a job. They take a lot of pride in the work that they do and in doing the right thing to make the customer happy. They've been doing that in St. Louis since the 1950s. You don't make it work. You don't get by that long in business in St. Louis unless you are doing quality work that people can trust, and that's what Collier & Thompson has done. Whether you're redoing a kitchen, a bathroom, you want to redo the basement, a mudroom, you want to knock out a wall and open things up on the first floor, Collier & Thompson does all of that. They also sell top-of-the-line appliances. You don't have to redo your entire kitchen if you don't want. You just need an appliance. Collier & Thompson is where you ought to go. They got more than 10,000 square feet in their showroom, more than 20 kitchen displays to help you get some ideas what you want to do. They have designers right there to help you through the whole process. Just a fantastic business that's been here a long time, making St. Louis homes beautiful. Collier & Thompson's on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
There it is. Sponsor the phone lines, which you're welcome to call into, 314-974-0101. We will be joined by Robert Thomas, fresh off his game winner, coming up in our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And we'll be joined by Joey Vitale in the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, Jackson's theme today is?
Songs of Jubilation.
Yeah. But is this song now more associated with, spoiler alert, the end of The Sopranos?
It's way up there. It's tough to say no on that. They had a big run during Glee. Remember the...
Doug, you always would watch that show where teenagers would sing and dance on Fox.
Didn't see much of it. Didn't see a lot of it.
That lady in charge was in The 40-Year-Old Virgin. She was in...
Best in Show.
For a minute, she was in everything.
Yeah.
Short hair.
Yes, Jane Lynch.
Yes.
Yeah, and she had a
Lynch.
relationship with Stifler's mom in Best in Show.
Yeah.
Jennifer Coolidge of White Lotus fame. Jackson, you excited for White Lotus on Sunday?
Yeah, 90-minute finale.
90-minute finale, Doug.
Was she also the host of Weakest Link?
I think you're correct.
Nicely done.
She was on everything.
She
for
ran that
about a minute.
electronics store in 4-Year-Old Virgin, where they would not stop playing. Was it Bublé or they kept playing some song on all those televisions there, and Paul Rudd was about ready to end it right there.
Michigan friends are always mad at this song because there is no South Detroit. They said that's the water. They said every time, born and raised in South
But he needed
Detroit.
another word.
Yeah, they said, well,
isn't East Detroit like Canada?
Windsor?
Yeah,
Windsor. Quite a
Windsor,
scene
it's
there
also
for
south of
gentlemen's
Detroit.
clubs, for the record.
Canada's south of Detroit at that point, isn't it? If you go south of
It's
Detroit across
Canada.
the river,
Windsor
you're in
is probably
Windsor.
just a tick south and to the east. We'll take your journey calls.
Yeah, if you would, 314-974-0101. Robert Thomas, 9:30. Joey Vitale, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. And BK and Ferrario, 11 o'clock. Alex Ferrario, fresh off of calling an overtime game winner for our guest, who will join us at 9:30 on the Stiefel dossier, Robert Thomas. Then, for those of you who may have the opportunity to do so, you're going to get to watch the Cardinals during the day today. And I'm telling you, there's a thing here, and I'd like to see if we can put our finger on it. There's enthusiasm for the Cardinals. Now, I don't want to say it's 1985 or 2004, 2011 caliber enthusiasm. I'm not saying that, but I think people themselves are finding out, going, I don't know why, but I kind of like this team. There is a theory, I think, and especially when you're talking about younger people who are YouTube TV people or who watch television through apps, that it is now easier to watch in 2025 than it has been for the last couple of years. I realize older audience members who have cable, it hasn't been an issue, but for younger people, that has been an issue. So there's that, but I think there is a sense of likability on this team, even though it's only 6 games in, that wasn't there before. I don't really have an explanation for it outside of I've seen a lot of these similar themes, both on our show, in the text inbox, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and on social media. Do you gentlemen have any theories as to why?
Well, they're hitting the ball, scoring some runs, and that's always more interesting to watch than a team that struggles to score. That has helped. But from an attendance viewpoint, it's shocking. They have to be in a panic in the Cardinal front office right now, based on the attendance they got in those first 2 games. So maybe if the team keeps rolling, that'll solve that issue, because they have a major issue right now at the gate. But I agree with you, the team is a whole lot more likable than it's been the last couple of years. There's a lot of guys that you're interested when they come to the plate. You go, oh, good, let's see if Herrera can keep it up. And Walker seems to have got it going. And Scott's a promising young player. And Nootbaar is kind of fun to watch. And Arenado still have it. There's a lot of guys that are fun to watch now hit.
And in that stretch where they were not a playoff team, 16, 17, 18, you would have players you'd say, okay, but there's no real future there. And like Jed Jerko was a nice guy, but you didn't feel like all of a sudden he was going to turn into an MVP or a all-star caliber
that's
player.
A good point. Yeah.
And then who was the guy who struck out all the time but hit home runs?
Mark Reynolds?
Yeah, I think Mark Reynolds, like a nice guy. And then there was another one that was like a lefty bat that had been on the Royals as well. It was like a decent power hitter, but they were never players you thought, okay, long term, if they catch on, we got something here. Whereas in the past, they'd call up Vince Coleman or Pendleton and say, oh, wow, they're on to something here. This guy's going to be here for a while. I think the hope that you have with some of the younger players is that they might be good for a while instead of just adding a Brandon Crawford for no reason. I mean, I think those kind of moves were just sort of led to a little bit of the apathy.
Kevin's brother Jack Demoff, a longtime astute texter into this program, says popular Cardinal teams had personalities and star power. This team outside of Arenado are just dudes. St. Louis is going to have to learn to love being the Rays Narth. Doug, what do you think about that? The Rays Narth.
I don't think we're quite to that point yet.
See, I actually think there are personalities, and I think that might be one of the reasons why people are kind of going, I kind of like the team.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on it. I don't know.
No, I think they do. Nootbaar's got a lot of personality. Contreras is kind of an interesting guy.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
There's that.
And even Herrera, I think most people knew very little about Herrera, even though he's been on the team on off for the last couple of years. And when he starts talking, his heart sort of pours out that he grew up poor, Panama. And he said, I know now kids are looking up to me. He wanted to be just like Molina, became a catcher, signed him at age 16. He joined the Cardinals, the organization, in 2016. And we're 9 years later, and people are starting to get to know him. But I do think likability helps for a franchise where the front office and the manager are not well-liked. You got to have some, if you're going to have fans, you need some element that they actually care about. Mm-hmm. And they're notably hostile towards Mozeliak, as evidenced by the video that didn't win him over on opening day.
Do you think the people are softening on Marmol just a little bit, kind of liking him a little bit more?
I don't know. I can only speak to the 101 audience and what Jackson and I saw when we were doing Balloon Party here from 10 to 11. I would say percentage of hate text directed toward the Cardinals were probably 60 to 70% Mozeliak and 30 to 40% Marmol. And I always would say, hey, there's an owner, and I'm not saying you should hate him, but the buck does stop with the chairman, not Chairman Kurt or Chairman Steve, for the record. In this case, Chairman Bill DeWitt Jr. And this year, I mean, hell, I just don't see a whole lot of Marmol. Now, if a move comes up, then maybe that will get going. But I think it is more directed because of the organizations, whatever went on this offseason. I guess there was a plan to do something, and then they didn't do it. But the announcement of the plan and then the lack of additions, all due respect to Hellman, that is where the frustration is directed at. And so Marmol is off the hook because it went toward there. So I don't know if that's because his likability went up so much as the dislike is now targeted more toward the organization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's probably it.
But I think fans do generally get energized by younger players coming in and succeeding. When Jake Neighbors does it, you're like, oh, he's kind of fun. Oh, Bolduc, wow, we drafted him. Oh,
that's why it's so
because you already know Schenn's an established player and star. You already know now Bennington's been here, but what's changing? Oh, well, here comes a new guy. Oh, is he good? Oh, we drafted him. I do think if your younger players come up and play well, whether it's Victor Scott, whether it's Herrera, that everyone sort of reacts and gets excited about that.
I think there's something to that.
There's no denying that Gorman's got his eye back.
Nice.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
He's bussin'?
I bust tables at Pietro's.
Yeah, I remember that.
Tyler.
This dude be bussin'. What does that mean exactly?
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
What does that mean?
He's running hard, playing hard. Doing it for the name on the front, not the back.
Oh, gotcha.
Is it based on being a busboy? Like that you're a hustler?
No.
No. It's more street lingo than that?
Yeah.
Bussin'.
Yeah.
Jeff Jones, famous on this program for a Nolan Arenado sighting that was a hologram. But he took ownership of the whole thing. He has just tweeted within the last handful of minutes, Doug, the Cardinals are recalling Thomas Sagasi for today's game in Boston, corresponding move TBA. What do you think's going on there?
Somebody hurt, maybe?
Martin, you aware of anything?
I am not. I'm trying to think because Sagasi gives you some infield depth. So you would think that it's not related to anybody in the outfield. It's not related
sit
to
Wynn for a day.
Well, Wynn just got a couple of hits, unless somebody's nicked up that we don't know about.
They would sit Wynn, I feel like, once a week last season, but that was his true rookie year.
Right. And it was sort of an issue coming out of camp. You didn't have a backup shortstop, although Donovan appeared, it feels like he could play anywhere. He could catch and be really good.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
True. It's true. What if the announcer is Gorman doesn't have his eye back? He's going to have to go on the IL for a little while.
Right.
I don't know, so Jace, that's interesting.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. Hey, Robert Thomas, 9:30. Joey Vitale, 10 o'clock Blues. 11-game winning streak. It's the second time in franchise history they've gotten there. Doug, will there be 12 in 25?
Oh, gosh.
12 for the Cardinals and 12 in a row for the Blues.
Well, that would be fun. I'd rather have the World Series win than just a 12th straight win for the Blues, because the Blues could not win 12 and still win the Stanley Cup. So if I have to pick one or the other, I'll take the World Series win.
So you'd be fine with the Blues losing the remaining regular season games, then rattling off 16 in a row to win a baby?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can win this baby if we can just get hot.
By the way, Jackson, a lot of clarity. Apparently, was it Michael McDonald they kept playing?
For whatever reason, we got like 100 texts correcting me that was Michael McDonald. Like, I don't know why that.
On what? On which one?
When I talked about
40-Year-Old Virgin, they kept playing music.
Playing in the
Jane Lynch.
Yeah, the electronic store.
McClure North or McClure?
I feel like McClure, because they hadn't broken off into.
They probably didn't have
directionals.
McClure North when he was a high school kid.
When the F are you going to talk about the Battlehawks and the Battle Dome with its new Battle Turf? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh. Well, I am excited about the new turf. That's for sure.
Nice.
Because when Mizzou played there last year, the turf looked hideous. There. We've talked about the Battlehawks.
Sunday night, 5:30 kickoff. Fox Sports 1. It's the Battlehawks against Wade Phillips and the San Antonio Brahmas. It's a rematch from the bitter playoff exit from a year ago. Manny Wilkins' turn to right the ship.
Wow, Doug. Keep an eye on it. We have some breaking news. I guess if you all look at your phones, you will have a text from friend of the program, Brian Bartow. The corresponding move on Sajasi is Nolan Gorman is going on the 10-day IL with a right hamstring strain. So that is what the move is. So Jeff Jones was on it. And it is Gorman going to the IL.
He got his eye back and lost his hamstring in the process.
Lost his hamstring.
It does stink for him, even though he's not playing a ton. This is a big year for him. You don't want to lose time or kind of go backwards, so it sucks for Gorman.
Yeah.
But Sajasi is another guy at the minor league level, just hits and hits wherever he goes.
Now, Dave and Mo Fallon is mad at the Warson Woods Wacko, and so this Real Housewives of TMA might be Real House Husbands, too. Tell Warson Woods Wacko to shut up. No one cares about the Battlehawks. That's Dave, and he's in Mo Fallon.
Okay, stop arguing amongst yourselves.
Hey, Jackson, how are the Mizzou basketball team doing? That's from the 618.
They lost a couple weeks ago.
Is that going to be a SportsCenter update?
No, I think we've
nicked by Drake.
We've moved. Yeah, the SportsCenter updates are on tape delay by about a month.
Wow, that was way more than I thought you would talk about. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, he liked your breakdown.
All right.
Of the Battle Turf.
I do like Rodrigo Blankenship.
Yeah.
I think attendance will be a little softer than it's been the last couple of years where they were setting records. I think the expectation is it'll be down a little bit.
How about the fact that their ratings were right there with the Cardinal game last weekend?
I like that.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Thanks to the 2 Fox pregame show, probably rallied the troops, got people kind of pulled in.
Big lead-in.
Yeah, thanks.
Did you see where the Cincinnati Bengals CEO said, we might move if we don't get what we want?
Yes, indeed. I have that link up.
Oh, they could go to LA. Oh, that's kind
How about here? How about right here, right down the river?
The Battle Dome?
Yes.
According to the Cincinnati Enquirer, Katie Blackburn, who serves as the executive vice president of the Bengals and just so happens to be the daughter of the owner, Mike Brown, declined to dismiss the possibility of the team relocating ahead of the expiration of the lease that will expire next summer, while discussing the matter at the recent league meeting, saying, quote, "We play it day by day. Like everything else, we just continue to have discussions, see where things are, and then have to make decisions at the appropriate time. We love where we are. I think that's a great thing for the city. I think the location of the stadium right now is good. Our stadium obviously needs to continue to be maintained appropriately, and you want to keep it at a certain level that's important just so that we're competitive with others. But, at the end of the day, we're playing it one day at a time, and it's just we have to see where it all goes." That is the daughter of the owner of the Bengals, and I guess clearly hinting that they would like to play at the Battle Dome.
Bengals come home. This is where they belong.
Jackson, would it excite you to see Joe Burrow throwing to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase?
Be one of the best days of my life.
Is that right?
If they announced that the
What if
NFL
the Pelicans said they were going to move here? What would you rather have, Bengals or Pelicans?
You know, if you would have asked me in 2016, right after the Rams moved, I would have said I'd rather have the NFL back. But now, as I sit here almost a decade later, I think I'd rather have Hoop Rock back.
Oh, that's the wrong answer.
I have to tell you, I think that's the wrong answer.
It's
nothing. And you know, I don't have the anti-NBA thing that might be an underlying reason here in the region for why there are so many who are anti-NBA.
Without doubt.
But if you have an NFL city, you're a major league city.
It would be much better for the city to have the NFL. But for me personally, I would personally rather have a basketball team to follow every single night.
You should live in Indianapolis.
They have the perfect combo for me.
I was going to say, what
they
is
don't have baseball or hockey.
I know.
What is your perfect combo?
NFL, NBA.
Cincinnati goes baseball, NFL.
Yeah.
Indianapolis goes NBA, NFL.
Yeah, Indianapolis has my perfect combo.
Nashville for now, just hockey.
Nashville will have all four within 20 years.
I wonder if an NBA team wouldn't have a larger economic impact than an NFL team. Just because the NBA is going to play, 40 games, and your football team is going to play 10, counting exhibition games.
I don't know. Ask Kansas City about the impact of the NFL for them, and I get that it's only however many games that it winds up being, but it puts a city on the map. There was an article in the Business Journal about that maybe a month or two ago about how St. Louis, when the Rams were killing it. So obviously you're going back a quarter century and what it mattered and how that has impacted Kansas City. So it's almost market reverberation more than it actually is direct correspondence to home games. I get where you're coming from. Totally makes sense. It's a bottom line. Your major league city, if you have an NFL team, the Packers kind of the exception with the grandfathering in process, but that hurts. So I guess the Battle Dome will host Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. That'll be fun. That'll be fun to watch.
You think we're going to have to build a new stadium to get the Bengals?
It does seem to be on their list of demands.
Yeah, I think we'd have to.
I mean, I think you just send them a VHS of the Missouri-Memphis game from September 2023
at least
say,
send the new turf.
Any questions?
I think you just chop the top off the dome.
I've always been an advocate.
That would
of
help.
Yeah.
Chop the top.
I've got a circular saw. I will climb up there and cut the top of that roof
I'll start on one end, you start on the other, and then we'll meet right about the river.
Bengals Stadium opened in 2000. I was wondering about
2000?
this. 2000.
Because Oz Akeem went off in 1999 with the greatest show on turf.
So that was still riverfront.
Right.
Which 70 Sports always tweets old pictures, and there's the one, I think it's Cincinnati, where there's just a car parked behind the end zone. and they said, be careful when scoring a touchdown that you don't run into the car parked behind the end zone.
NFL players, from what I've been told, like the Bengals is like the one place you really don't want to go.
It's a nice stadium right on the river. It's a cool looking place.
I think the facilities are a big part of that.
The Brown family.
Yeah.
Mike Brown's been known for why would we sign him if we could save that money? And the coach would say, well, because we're trying to win. And
Mike Brown was one of the outspoken guys against the Rams moving to L.A., and I don't really know what his reasoning was on that. I know Jerry Richardson and Bob McNair, but I think they were on the committee, but Brown was the one guy. I think he might have been, it was, what did it wind up being, 30-2 vote? Like the official vote? When it was
the secret vote?
Yeah. Right, the whole song and dancing.
I think he might have been one of the against, and I think it had to do with he didn't want one person to gain the money or by going to L.A., to benefit. I think he's very much about pragmatism and
sounds like a perfect St. Louis in there.
Yeah,
Martin.
welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Well, free membership to St. Louis Hills Country Club.
St. Louis Hills Country Club.
Tell Kennedy if you could call the Brown family and get this role. It is unbelievable how quickly. Need a new stadium. I mean, the Carolina Stadium is beautiful. I know it's now 30 years old. Nashville's building a brand new one right next to it. And I was thinking, God, I kind of like their stadium. It always had kind of a college football feel to it.
Which one are you talking about?
In Nashville.
Titans?
Yeah. But everybody needs a brand new stadium in the NFL. They look what happened to St. Louis. You want that to happen to you? That'll be the new argument. And Carolina's going through it. Tennessee's already given in. Now Cincinnati will be the next one.
Bengals come home.
Right down the river. Just float down the Ohio. Where does the Ohio hit the Mississippi?
I don't crowdsource river knowledge.
Okay.
Feels like somewhere in the Cairo area.
Yeah, farther south of here.
Down that one, maybe.
So you're going to have to get out of the river for a while and come across land.
Doug, they are not happy with this idea. Yeah, sure, let's get cucked by the NFL again. Great idea. That's from the Grumpy Cornhole.
Well, you got to try. If you're ever going to get another team, you're going to have to try.
Doug, the confluence of those rivers is in Cairo, Illinois.
Is that right?
I said that.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
got that one.
I was just guessing. I didn't know that.
Topical Rams relocation talk. Great stuff, guys. That's from Ernie Bjork.
Okay, stop it, Bjorkman. Stop it. We want a club here, all right? We're just daydreaming. We'd like to have a team here. Bengals, come on home.
NFL team most likely to move.
Well, at the moment, probably the Bengals.
Did Buffalo? Jacksonville's probably the answer. Did Buffalo?
I don't think so.
Well, they're building that whole new monster.
Yeah, we just
that's
had
right.
Lamping on, right? I mean, that didn't.
That's right. They were the answer. I take it back.
And they kind of have that, backdoor deal with the London thing. It isn't the Bills. It isn't
Are
the
they getting a new
Dolphins.
stadium? Buffalo? Did they work that
They're building
out?
it. They're in the process of building it. Jets, Patriots, Ravens, Steelers.
Then you got the Jets, Patriots.
Bengals and Browns. Texans are having a little conversation there. I'd be really surprised on that one.
And how old is that stadium? God.
They debuted in the league in 2002. Doug, did they play the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football the day the Rams lost to the Broncos?
I don't remember that.
They did, trust me. Colts aren't going anywhere. We already talked about the Jaguars. Titans build a new stadium. Chiefs might be moving to Kansas, but they're not leaving Kansas City.
The Bears are talking about moving out of downtown. That's a big thing there.
Chargers are Jimmy Snipes to Kroenke's Braden Sheen.
If New Orleans were to be hit by another hurricane, would they maybe want to come up the river?
It's all about the river. For us to get a team, by gum, it's got to be connected to
Jerry Jones seems like he likes it here.
No, he doesn't.
Well, I remember the football Cardinals. I would drive up on a Sunday.
You got a pretty nice impression there.
I would watch those Bill Bidwell teams. And then a week later at Oxnard, of course, well, I'm from Los Angeles. I'm like, you just said you're from the Missouri area. I don't think there's an answer, is there? That's I guess Carolina, did they get their stadium?
They got $600 million in funding.
Okay, so they're good. They're good.
You can give your thoughts in a wide variety of ways. Text in 314-399-9646. Call in 314-974-0101. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you are welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 328 of your closest friends. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. Watch the show and talk it over throughout. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Time to get groceries. You head to your neighborhood Schnucks. You've been doing that for decades, and even better these days by downloading the Rewards app. The Schnucks Rewards app not only helps you stockpile some points, save some money when you're checking out, but you can also use that app to find items in the store. We've all done it. Kind of go from aisle to aisle. Where in the heck is where? Get on your phone, put it in the search engine there, and they'll tell you exactly what aisle that item happens to be sitting in. They'll also let you know about curbside, delivery. You can do all of it with the Schnucks Rewards app. Make sure you get that downloaded. Double points days. They'll send you some alerts for things like that. Digital coupons that are sent directly to you. They customize some of your shopping habits, helping you save more money. Do all of that at Schnucks. It's the Schnucks Rewards program. Simply download the app. You're going to go grocery shopping. You're headed to Schnucks anyway. Make sure you pay yourself back with that great app, the Schnucks Rewards.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Grizzlies defeat the Heat last night 110-108. You need a bucket in crunch time? Call 12. John Morant with a buzzer beater and 30 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
From a city where we celebrate
Doug Jackson is doing Songs of Jubilation as his music theme for a Friday that is going to be a full-on pony show this weekend?
With the rain, Cardinals on the road. No. Pony? It'll be a great weekend. Every weekend's a great weekend.
It sounds like you're not high on the weekend.
Yeah, I know. He's selling his stock in the weekend, huh?
Just kind of chill. It's kind of a relaxing, chilling
Just
weekend.
with the weather being so down.
No bussing.
Yeah, probably not.
But you can watch the Blues and the Avs tomorrow night.
Absolutely.
You can go to Kelly Chase's charity hockey game.
That's a good place. Yeah. Cancer second shift charity hockey game is tonight at the Centene Community Ice Center, and you can tune in this afternoon to hear the Fast Lane broadcasting live before the game from 2 to 6 at the E&B Granite Studio. Tickets are on sale now for the second annual Puck Cancer second shift alumni game. See the Blues alumni against the Blackhawks alumni. That's including Jamie Rivers in a rivalry game, and support a Siteman Cancer Center and the V Foundation for Cancer Research. Grab your tickets now for the game tonight. And then tune in this afternoon for the Fast Lane Live from the E&B Granite Studio at Centene Community Ice Center. Because he's going to be at the game. Joel Quenneville got a big ovation last night. He was sitting next to Doug Armstrong. And I don't think he knew he was going to be up on the board, kind of like Kevin Hayes hoped he wasn't going to be up on the board. And when he noticed, gave an acknowledgement to the crowd and got a huge ovation.
He's a very popular coach.
Absolutely.
Winningest all-time coach in Blues history. More wins than anyone else.
Beloved by many of the guys who he played for. I remember asking Walter one time, Martin, our surprise guest yesterday, who his favorite coach he ever played for was, or best coach was. And he said Quenneville, without question. It's not even a conversation. I feel like a few guys feel that way.
Yeah, everybody loved Quenneville, and then he leaves St. Louis and starts winning cups. That was sort of a theme for a while, whether it was Doug Wade or Chris Pronger.
Well, at least it was only the Blackhawks.
Corey Stillman, or the Blackhawks a couple times too. Yeah, that was a great moment. Big crowd cheering on Coach Q, and then tonight the star power. My God, between John Elway just randomly coaching a charity hockey game, friend of Chasers. Scotty Young was on the broadcast last night.
I saw they paid, would you say homage or homage to Scott Young? The goal they chose to show was a little surprising to me from Scott Young. When you think of a Scott Young goal at the Blues, what do you think of? That's what they chose. Okay, so maybe I'm off on this one.
Was it Game 5 that he won? Turgeon had the Game 7.
That's
right. Younger
you
had the Game 5.
So maybe I'm off. That's the goal that they chose. They went back to St. Louis, won, and then Turgeon with the winner in 7. The goal, I would think, was against the Avalanche in overtime. I think that was Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals.
Maybe they couldn't find that one. Sometimes the video just gets away from you. Had that happen about 1,000 times at Channel 4. Especially after one of the news directors threw away all our tapes.
Why don't you go in there today, Doug, and kind of reorganize the office and start doing a little more archiving?
Well, because I'm not there. Haven't been 3.5 years.
When? Oh.
Doug's take is they might not be able to find the video, and he's not happy with his news director from 10 years ago. When he's saying that, he's wearing mittens, and those mittens are brought to you by EDF, the EDF Group. And if you are interested in supporting the sponsors, the EDF Group is a loyal TMA sponsors, and especially if you own and or operate a business, that's where the EDF Group can really help you. Did you know that fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. And that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. They're proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have a peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Robert Thomas joining us coming up in a matter of moments, fresh off of his game winner last night to tie the franchise record of 11 wins in a row, 18 next on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. That's when they opened their first office in St. Louis, and they are still headquartered there today. Same street, different building, yes, same street. They've been serving St. Louis for 135 years. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this here on TMA. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Online at youtube.com/TMASTL, or just open up the YouTube app and on your television, Doug, and you can watch us.
Yeah.
You're working from home? Fine. Watch the program. We'll spend the morning with you, and maybe Doug will spend the night with you.
A lot of beefcake in this studio, Tim.
Amen.
Brings in big ratings.
It is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Oh, Doug, I don't know, 11 and a half hours removed from a gym dandy to make it 11 in a row. Friend of the program, Robert Thomas, with us here on 101 ESPN. Robert, good morning.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
How do you wake up on a morning after a win like that? Do you got a little extra kick in your step, sir?
Not really.
God, I like that. That's like you're a stone cold killer, man.
Oh, no, just wake up to a screaming baby, but that part was great. I would like a little bit more sunshine. It's kind of a boring day right now. I'm just driving to the rink, so. But yeah, you gotta move on. We got a big game tomorrow.
God, minus the money and the talent, you're just like us, dealing with kids and not happy about the weather. I kind of like that. Doug, it's very relatable. We just didn't win a game in overtime to make 11 straight last night.
You know what I was thinking, Tim, would really perk up number 18 here. In addition to a goal that gives them the win, I thought maybe Big Walt helping us out. Do you think, Jack,
what do we got here?
He could have helped us out?
Hey, thanks 2020, Dougie, Dirtbag, and Action Jackson. Easy up with the nicknames there, brother.
You and Robert Thomas both taking it.
Hey, you can call back tomorrow when Robert's on.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll be good. See you guys.
Wrapped it up right there. On
Big Walt, we invited Walt to be on with you, and he turned us down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to talk to me any more than he has to.
That's very concise and accurate.
I thought Robert would like Walt making fun of Action Jackson.
Yeah.
Was Walt mean to you at all? Because sometimes he yells at us.
Yes, that's right.
But yeah, all the time. But that's just a crazy nickname, Jackson.
Oh, no. Yeah, it goes back to that Action Jackson
we all
thing.
can see that.
It's tough. It's tough.
Wow. Robert Thomas is our guest here on 101 ESPN. There was a request from the audience, and then we discussed it here on the dais at 101 ESPN as to whether or not to allow the listeners to send in some questions for you, and they could do that via text or our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Would you be interested in fielding some questions from members of the audience, Robert?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, the door is open.
Okay.
Pandora's box is open. All right, boys, and I guess apparently, ladies, since we're going to have this Real Housewives of TMA thing, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Go to work. 323 people are in there watching and talking, and then you got the text. Before we go to this, let's talk about specifically last night, because you know, I was listening to the post game. You're kind of like, hey, man, it's great that we won, but we can't have that happen where we got a 4-2 lead and we let it get away to the point that we're in overtime. So when you look back on that last night, were there anything that you guys noticed that you kind of let slip away there in the final 10 minutes or so?
I don't know in particular. Look, we've been one of the best teams going into the third period with the lead. Our record is pretty substantial, and even when we do give up the lead, we find a way to win it, whether it's in overtime or late in the game or shootout. But those are just big moments that as you kind of prepare for what's coming ahead. And the last crunch time in the last 5 games, you got to find a way to close those games out in regulation and not have to go to overtime. So I think that was the biggest kind of message with that is, we're getting into crunch time where every point matters so much. And when we have a lead, we got to continue to be as dominant as we have been in the third periods.
That may have been one of the more physical games you guys have played. At least it looked like it as a fan, seeing 5 different times when a player was on the ground and slow to get up and needed help from the trainer.
In the second period alone.
Yeah, including yourself once. Everybody come out of that okay?
Yeah, obviously don't have all the updates, but they're using their sticks as weapons for a couple of minutes. There are a lot of high sticks and on their own team and on our team. So it was a crazy second period, back and forth. And yeah, we'll see how everyone's doing today.
Yeah, obviously Dylan Holloway, it seemed to be the most affected by it. And as a team, that's got to hit you for a second when he's gone. Like, obviously it changes things up with the lines, but in the moment, how does the team react?
Yeah, it obviously sucks. He's such a huge part of our team. He's been playing so well, and he's been a big driving force. Him and Kyrou and Schenn have been unreal together. They've been a tough line to defend, and so he's a huge part of our team. So I hope he's feeling better today and can get back soon. But it's the same thing that we talked about with when Franco went down. Obviously, he's a huge part of our team as well, and we've always been a team built around depth and next man up. And you look at guys like Snuggerud and Boldy, and if Ollie has to miss time, and they can step up and really fill that role and keep this train moving.
Robert Thomas, our guest, live on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, and he's taking questions from the audience. So you can text him in 314-399-9646 or in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, we have a bunch of them, and I'm just going to try to go through them in order. Hey, RT. Anybody call you RT?
Yeah, a couple people.
All right, fair enough. All right, maybe it's this guy. John Lithgow's Harry Henderson is the texter. Why number 18? Is that the highest number of partners you've engaged with at one time?
No, how about just the jersey?
This is why, Doug, you said might not be a good idea.
I don't think it is.
The jersey number.
If so, Action Jackson's number would be 0. So unfortunately, I said I'll just start reading, and that's... Yep, Robert, that's what we got.
All of that was just to make fun of JB.
That's all that was. You're welcome to answer it, of course. I don't know if counsel would advise you to do so, but go to breakfast on game day, a little more benign coming in from the 262 area code. Do you have a go-to breakfast on game day? Probably like a protein shake or something, I guess.
No, I usually like a couple of greasy eggs, a little bit of bacon, some hash browns, and then every once in a while, I'm a big fan of a nice pancake or a waffle.
How about that?
Stack of flapjacks.
Wow.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like Big Walt on game day. Maybe a waffle and a Bud Light. But Walt, it's 9 a.m. Oh, that's fine. Bud Select then.
Hey, Robert, great goal last night, and thank you. My question is, which member of the 2019 team would you make out with?
Oh, my God.
No.
Are there any
I'm reading these without filtering them, and again, you're welcome to answer. Let's see. Jobu, is that a cigarette or a joint?
No,
Doug, have you wondered on that?
No, not really.
Well, maybe Robert has some information.
Okay.
I think it's a cigarette, right? I'm not sure.
Am I
wrong?
I think so, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me if it were otherwise. The Jobu thing has taken off here. Do you have any idea, and I mean any idea, on where that came from?
I do not, and I think we're all keeping it a mystery.
It sure seems like it.
But I love it.
Yeah, it's turned into the. But there is a direct correlation between you boys taking off and his appearance in the room, right?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Not sure.
He's got his own locker.
Cryptic.
That's for sure.
Yeah, he does, Doug. Let's
Pretty
see.
fun.
When Tomer was living with Tkachuk, the Tkachuk's back in his day, is that where he learned to have ice in his veins, or did he learn that over time? That's from the 678 area code.
I'd say I definitely learned a lot from them. So we'll go with that.
I just think that's one of those things that you either are born with or you just don't have it. And I could be off on that. Like for example, if you can, take me back to whatever you would consider to be the biggest game that you've played. And I guess there'd be obvious ones if we go back to 2019. And when you're about to go out on the ice, like there's some guys who, within sports, like Tiger Woods would be a great example. If he has the lead going into Sunday, you're pretty much done. Were you like were there nerves of anxiousness to get out there? Or were you like, all right, this is our opportunity? I remember Maroon saying when you guys were flying back to Boston, for example, he said, we know we're going to win because those guys are going to have to deal with all the crap we had to deal with going into Game 6, and we're going to Boston and we're going to win the Cup. So can you recall how you feel going into huge games?
I would say, like, the more you kind of play, the more you get used to, the pressure and the expectations and all that stuff. I think for me, whenever I'm going into a big game, I just look at what the outcome could be. And I think that's what really gets you exciting is you don't know how the game's going to play out, but at the end of the game, you could win that game, and whether it's in the playoffs, the Cup final, or just, a big regular season game. If you just think about the outcome and what you could do to influence it, that part gets me really excited, and I think it kind of takes away from all the other stuff going on.
I know we're both golf nerds. Have you ever played in front of a crowd of any form?
I would say I'd say probably the Ascensions. Mm-hmm. We played in front of a couple people. Actually, it's probably like 150 people. It's weird. You can play hockey in front of 18,000, 19,000 and not be worried about it. But as soon as you get in golf and there's 5 people watching you, it's like, oh boy.
That's why I asked the question. I remember I played with Jim Edmonds a few times, the former Cardinal, and he would get really frustrated. And I guess he played a Pro-Am at Riv one time, and he goes, I was standing over the ball, and I was freaking out about it. I said, so let me ask you, when you were playing in the World Series at Fenway Park, were you nervous? He goes, no, why would I be? And I go, well, that's my point, is that you're playing in front of millions of people on television, and you're playing in front of however many people Fenway holds, and you're not even thinking about it, just like you're talking about with hockey, but then you stand over a golf ball with 150 people watching something that really doesn't mean a damn thing, and it can get your heart pumping. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's just confidence. You know what you're doing on the ice. You've been doing it for so long, and when you get over a golf ball, there's a person that's 10 feet to the right of you, and you can be
you can take them out. It's a totally different game.
Robert, how does a player end up? So you ended up living with the Kachucks. I think Backus might have lived with Big Walt too, and now Snuggerud's over at Schenn's house. How does that happen? Does the captain or an older player just say, hey, you want to live here? Or do you go around the room, hey, anybody want Snugs living with them? How does that play out?
It's usually the captain or an older guy, someone who's kind of got the house with kids and stuff and in order. And it's something that's so cool in hockey. Even a lot of sports, it happens, especially as a young guy. Just being able to have an experienced guy kind of take you through every day, talk about things that you might be feeling or seeing, and just more comfortable, especially when it's, a captain or an older guy. Having that away from the rink experience with guys makes coming to the rink every day so much easier.
You imagine being Snuggerud the other night. Crosby walks in the house and has dinner at the Schenn's. You're Jimmy Snuggerud. You're just playing college hockey. Now you're living in the captain's house. And, oh, hey, Sidney Crosby's here. Hey, pass the salt. Pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
What if nobody invites you to live with them? You have to find a trailer or something? Well, what then?
I would say 99% of the time someone will invite you.
Okay.
If not, enjoy the hotel.
There's always Strickland's. You can always
Andy Strickland put him
take you in for sure. Yeah.
Let's see what I got on here. Doug, I'm reading the questions.
I wanted to know why you wore number 18 without the other nonsense attached. It was 18 always your number?
No, I never worn 18 before. I was always 9 growing up, and then I was 27 in junior. And then I remember my first year I had, I think it was 2 or 3 options. They're like, all right, 18, 36, or that was pretty much it. And 36 was horrible, so 18 it was.
What the?
Yeah. Pretty good number.
That's about it.
What was 9 for? Was that your favorite player growing up? Gordie Howe, maybe?
Honestly, I don't even remember. I've worn. Maybe they just gave it to me when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I just always worn 9.
Hey, Martin asked you about Schenn and Snuggerud living together and Crosby coming over and hanging out. Got a chance to see him get his first point last night, and with the Holloway situation, he was getting a chance to move up on the line combinations. What have you seen from him that stands out to you, because you lived that experience here a few years ago? You know what he's going through. And then what have you seen from him on the ice as well, Robert?
Yeah, I think just how prepared he was. Your first game, you're always nervous and excited, and it's a hard game to play. You have so many family and friends in town, and I thought he did a great job. And then you look at last game, he just looked so much more comfortable. Obviously, a great play to Jake, but he had a bunch of shots that one hit the post in front of me, and then a couple that just missed. So he seems to be getting more and more comfortable, and the speed that he plays with, obviously a shot everyone talks about, but just his hockey sense. Waiting for Jake to get open on that backdoor pass was pretty special play, and I'm excited to see him get more and more confident and comfortable and see what he can do. He's going to be a big part of our team moving forward.
When you scored the game winner last night, could you tell right off the stick that it was going in? As soon as you shoot it, do you know that it's heading right where you aimed it?
Yeah, it felt really good. I'd missed that shot twice already in the game, so knew if I kept doing it, one would go in. But yeah, that one felt really good, and just saw it around the defender go in, so it was nice.
Other than calling into this show, is there anything like that moment when the crowd goes nuts and the game's over?
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
No, that one felt really good.
Better than calling in here?
Better than calling Tim. He had to think about it.
Yeah,
It felt like there was a pause there. Maybe he was thinking about hanging up. But,
262 area code, favorite Blues sweater? It's a good question. I like this. We love uniform questions on this program, Robert.
I would say our Winter Classic ones. And then the close second would be the ones we wear on Saturdays, those light blue ones.
Yeah. What did you think of the red ones you wore against the Red Wings on Tuesday?
Yeah, those are really good too. We got lots of good ones, but those other two would be my favorite.
The ones you guys wore against the Wings, those are polarizing amongst Blues fans. Got a golf question from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Has Robert played Grove 23, Jordan's course down in Hope Sound? Also, what course has been his best experience? And then Doug, a third question.
Okay.
I'm playing Riverside this weekend if it doesn't flood. Robert, if you want to join me, the Busch Lights will be on me.
Nice.
So
Nice offer. Nice offer.
Kind of an invitation there. I know you're a little busy tomorrow night, but maybe during the day, you can play Riverside with Steve in Wildwood.
Yeah, thanks for the offer. Don't think that one's going to work for me this week.
Just because of the schedule.
Yeah, just because of the schedule, that's all.
Yeah, just because of the game, but nothing else going on. Yes, I have played the Grove. It was a really cool experience. And other than that, I think Riviera in California.
Oh, you have played Riv.
Cooler experience.
How about that?
That was cool.
Green right in the middle of the bunker, right in the middle of the green. Did you play Grove with teammates?
Yeah, teammates and a couple of ex-NHLers as well.
Nice.
But, that one with the green or the bunker right in the middle.
At Riv?
Birdied that one. Yeah.
Birdied it.
How do you do? Nicely done. In Grove 23, Jordan's course has the drones that delivers you the food and drinks?
I haven't seen that, but they do have that, yeah.
That's a nice feature, Doug. If you would like a beverage, a drone comes out and flies it to you.
And they don't have that at Riverside yet?
I think they're implementing it this weekend for Steve's round.
Probably because of the flooding.
Hey, you want a Busch Light? There's a cooler on the 10th tee.
That's where you can get it. Let's see what I got here. Will Robert be reading the fine print on his contracts going forward so he isn't being held hostage on this radio show? That's from Carlos Spicy Weeder. Robert, is that something that might be?
You kind of lost me on that question. Can you say it again?
They're concerned that you didn't read the fine print and you got stuck doing this show.
Oh, no, I love this show.
Oh, Doug!
Wow, a victory for us.
That was the win we needed.
I heard you guys do video too, and I don't know if I don't know if I'd watch it.
Oh,
well,
that's also
we'll edit that part out, but the first part we'll take.
It's also fair.
I would listen. I wouldn't watch.
Yeah,
well, that's fair.
It's tough, but fair. YouTube.com/TMA STL if you and the boys want to watch the program and get in the YouTube chat.
Tim, can I work in a final? I don't know. We have Joey Vitale at the top of the hour, and he tends to
wander.
Tim calls it babbling, I think.
Yes,
incessant babbling. Do you have any advice for us to keep Vitale on task?
No, I always let him just run. It makes it easier on everyone else when he just talks and talks and talks. I just sit there and smile and I'm good.
Yeah, smile and
nod your head like, oh, yeah, good one. Yeah,
it makes all the sense in the world. Robert, congratulations again on the game winner last night, the 11 in a row. Let's see if the record can be broken tomorrow night against the Avalanche. What a story it is. Got all the NHL talking. Robert Thomas and the St. Louis Blues. Robert, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. See you next week.
All right, man.
All right.
You too. Take it easy. That's Robert Thomas with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he's taking questions from the audience. And the theory was 18 is the number of partners, and Jackson's number is 0 because of the number of his partners. That's what the theory was. I mean, it's like they wanted to take the opportunity to have the questions read to not ask Robert Thomas about himself, but to take a shot at little Jackie Papers.
That's what it's come to.
There's no need for that.
Well, putting out someone's light doesn't make yours shine any brighter. Is what I would
my
say.
goodness,
There you
Doug.
go.
Very nice.
What a moment.
That's what I would say to that person.
Hold on a second. Putting out someone else's light doesn't make yours shine any brighter.
Yeah.
It's
Think
true.
about that.
Don't be a jackass is a shorter version of that.
Yeah. Loser.
That's it.
Martin and Jackson extending fist bumps in celebration. I see Cucky the Dwarf is in the YouTube chat. Are you still sideways, Chairman, or are you guys bonding yet? TBD. Well, we'll find out. We have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about an hour the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, I know you got that onboarding coming up at the 10 o'clock hour. Anything you need to tend to here?
I do, but I will stick around for Joey V because
nice.
the last time I saw him, he says, "You're never there. You don't stick around for me." It was a thing, so I decided I'm going to put that to rest while also offering up a different text topic another day. But you mentioned Chairman DeWitt, and then we have Chairman Kurt, Chairman Steve. Mount Rushmore of chairmans would be a fun topic at some point. Sinatra, probably.
Fred Ridley.
Oh, yeah. So you see, there's too many already. You know what? There's not too many options at Mid-America. There are so many. You'll say, I want to go to Florida. Where do you want to go? You want to go to Lauderdale? You want to go to Fort Myers?
They do. They have like 4 different flights to Florida. Huh?
7 different. You go to
7?
Destin. They've added Gulf Shores. They've got Hilton Head. That's Mr. McKernan may want to just hop on a plane, get yourself quickly.
No, moms don't fly.
To Hilton Head. Well, she can drive. He can fly. Las Vegas, you want to get away. Maybe Andy Dick's at the pools. Get on a plane. You can do that at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, located in Mascoutah, Illinois. A short drive from St. Louis area over there, and you're parking and getting inside quickly. Less than $10 a day to park, and the average time from parking, walking in, going through security, getting to your gate is 15 minutes. How about that? Convenience, lower prices with all those Allegiant flights. Find out more at FlyMidAmerica.com. Again, FlyMidAmerica.com. Book those flights today. Warmer destinations, save time, save money, and do it with Mid-America, St. Louis Airport.
There it is. 10 o'clock hour will be coming up. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. That's Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And we were grateful for Robert Thomas's time. Joey Vitale's time is about to be given here coming up, and we're told to just smile and nod while he goes.
Okay, we can do that.
So we will do that. Last night he was talking on the scoreboard. I don't know how many of you were watching this in one of the intermissions with his co-host. I don't know her name. I apologize. About how he loves how the penguin area of the zoo smells.
It does have a distinct odor.
Yeah.
It does, because you're right up on the penguins.
You don't like that take?
No, it doesn't smell good. I mean, are we kidding?
Well, it sounds like you're getting in the version of kink shaming a little bit.
Well, it smells like animal waste. And it's really cold, too, so it, like, lingers. It's like if you were to put all that in your refrigerator.
He asked the crowd to respond if they like the smell of the penguin area of the zoo.
God.
And it was met with silence.
I can imagine.
We're getting
It was
really
like
close.
Randy Watson in Sexual Chocolate demanding applause. That's what it was like.
We're getting really close to a Vitale intervention. I mean, we're really about to be. We're
Kind of like when Armstrong turned to Kelly Chase and when Brett Hull was up there singing Gloria at the parade and said, "Go out there and get him." And Chase said, "I'm not going to go get him. You're going to have two drunk guys wrestling on the stage."
Yeah, I think we're at the point where, hey, Joey, Z wants to see you, Zimmerman, and I heard Stillman's in there too. Oh, okay.
We will hear what he has. I would imagine he had to have crossed paths with 87 while he was in town. If not, he's going to be heartbroken he wasn't invited to the dinner at Schenn's house. Joey Vitale coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hour. You can always go back and podcast the program. Schaefer Door Company sponsor that podcast. It's SchaeferDoor.com, and they set up a number for TMA listeners. I mean, you get to move to the front of the line. 636-782-3608. That's the number to text or call if your garage door spring breaks. That's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast. They also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast at TMA and all day here on 101 ESPN. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer, online at SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program. Thought he was a friend of the show. Didn't respond to my text yesterday. Dodged Martin down at Enterprise yesterday. Keeps moving his time for his appearance around today. Seeming to be a problem in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Vitale with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Now that's how you set up a guest caller right there. My confidence, ultra high. Hey, I'm sorry. You know, I thought I texted you back. I just checked. I did not.
Yep.
And that, you know what? That's on me. That's on me. I am going to get back to you, Tim, today. I promise you that.
I like when somebody says that's on me when it's clearly on them. There was no disputing it.
What about avoiding Martin down at the rink?
I talked to Rivs and Bernie Federko and Strick and Timmy Paps. I'm just hanging in the Sub-Zero Lounge, charging things to Panger's old account, and you're nowhere to be seen.
Wow. Did you need directions to find the Enterprise Center again, Martin?
Oh, Shades of Chaser, thanks.
That was Shades of Chaser.
I heard they were playing well, so I stopped by.
And what else are we unhappy with Joey about? Oh, Jackson's unhappy that you keep moving your time around.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I moved it once, and then Jackson moved it again. He texted me bright and early this morning saying he needs to move it back. I'm guessing you guys had some super popular guest on during the hour I was supposed to do, so I keep getting bumped. Now I'm in the 10 o'clock hour when no one's even listening.
Come on. I shot at Balloon Party.
What am I even doing here? Let me guess. A blues player, Army, was on a little bit early, and you needed to talk to him, and it was more important.
It was Buzz.
Caller Buzz, yeah, and also the gentleman with the game-winning goal last night, one of the 9:30 slot.
Mister, I got two first names as a name. Who has two first names as a name anyway?
Robert Thomas taking a shot. I was at the game last night, and when my son saw you
Michael Richards?
pop up on the Michael Richards, a nice play. Saw you pop up on the Jumbotron. He started talking about your house being haunted. So he doesn't associate with you with the Penguins or the Blues broadcast. He associates you with having a haunted house.
Hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm just surprised he didn't mistake me for Ryan Gosling up there. I was looking pretty good last night.
That was the second thing he said is, why is Ryan Gosling on there talking about the Penguin area, the zoo smelling good?
Hey, you know what? People, that was a long thing. So I was in Minnesota a few weeks ago, and we got on the zoo kick. And I'm like, hey, guys, ever been inside that penguin? He said, we're talking about our favorite things at the zoo. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I love that smell. And we're on the bus, and everyone's like, oh. I'm like, what? It smells like the ocean, like seashells and clams or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you go to Massachusetts and you go to Cape Cod. It just feels like you're on the sea breeze.
Now, Jackson, you were, when I brought this up, that you were making this observation during intermission, which candidly was stunning, the number of people paying attention to it. Jackson, what do you say it smells like?
Simply can't be denied. It smells like bird feces. Animal waste.
Animal waste playing off-Broadway this week?
It's not like it has like a tinge of something else. No, it smells like crap.
It's false. It smells like the ocean. It smells like a
briny animal waste.
Brine.
So I go in the locker room in Minnesota because I'm on the bus, and no one on the bus agrees with me. Everyone's like, you are disgusting. This is repulsive. Get off the bus. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere because I'm on the radio call, and I got to bring it to millions and millions of listeners. So I'm not going anywhere. You're going somewhere. I'm not going anywhere. So we fought it out, and I get to the Blues locker room. I say, guys, no Curbs, Elise, Pinky, all the guys. Dan O'Neill. I said, I guarantee you, I will find one Blues player at the morning skate this morning that will agree with me, that will say that the penguin exhibit smells good at the zoo. And they said, you're on. Guys, I went into that locker room. I couldn't find a soul to agree with me. They were all completely disgusted. Like, they were pulling guys out of the shower. Like, hey, Files, come here. You got to get this. Joe thinks, and everyone's like, oh, my God, I am shocked that no one likes the smell. Now, later that night, right, remember, that was the game, the flight, we got a little plane issue.
That's right. Had to stick around.
Yep.
Yeah, something to do with the hydraulics. Apparently, those on planes, we didn't have it. So, luckily, we didn't go. So, we stayed, and I'm on the hotel lobby, and the guys are going up for the meal, and I'm getting ready to go to bed. So, Cairo comes on our elevator, and I'm with a bunch of the staff still. And I said, hey, the night ain't over yet. They go, Cairo, what do you think of the penguin exhibit? He goes, oh, it's fire. It's fire. Fire means good. So just so you guys know, fire is good.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
Lit. I think he said lit. It's lit. Lit means good.
Oh, thanks.
So I'm like, lit. That means good. And everyone's like, well, what do you think of the smell? And he goes, yeah, it's not bad. And I'm like, yeah. So I go crazy. I'm like, yes. Thank you. I found one.
So Cairo is on board with you.
So Cairo was on board with me. The next night, he's the second star of the game when they beat the Ducks 7-2. On the broadcast, we always get the coach, Steve Ott, after the game, and we always get the second star, right? TV
they call him Otter, Tim.
Nice.
For whatever reason. I don't know why TV gets first. I don't know why that's important. But we get the second star. So Cairo's the second star. And my last question was, hey, I just want to thank you again because you were the only Blues player that agreed with me that the smell of the penguin exhibit at the St. Louis Zoo is good. You know what he says? He goes, I never said that.
Oh, he denied it.
He buried me. He buried me live in front of tens of millions of listeners.
Tens of.
Can you believe that? And I ran up to him and I said, hey, you called me out. He goes, I never said that. I go, yes, you did. He goes, I didn't. I don't agree with you.
Wow.
Dang. Yeah, but anyway, I know there's someone out there that walks in the penguin exhibit and they just think, ocean, like Antarctica,
Antarctica, Doug. We've all visited there and enjoyed the smell.
Many times.
I like
the winter there.
The only thing I'll give you, Vitale, is it smells better than the used hockey equipment smell when you walk into the room.
Roman Turek's locker stall. Sweet mother of mercy, Martin.
God.
Ew, Mommy, go look in the toilet.
Oh.
It didn't help that Turek had just himself.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, no one.
The gloves are really bad. You used to have to soak them in tomato juice.
See?
You have to soak them in tomato juice. You know what? The old days when I would go from practice to practice, we just because my undergarment was soaked and I hated wet equipment. So I'd be going from, Chesterfield for junior blues practice. I had to fly out to Afton really quickly to catch CBC practice. So what we would do, we would just throw our undergarments out the window and then, roll the window up and just pinch it just barely. We'd be going down Highway 270 with our undergarments just flapping in the wind, and that's how we got it kind of dry. But, yeah, it stinks. No doubt about it.
Blues win in overtime. Tim, the Blues played a hockey game last night.
They sure
Joey
did. It was a Jim Dandy, and I was listening to you. I was there, stayed for 2.5 periods last night. I told my son we'll stay for the half of the third period, and I was listening to the call on the way home. And it looked like the boys were in full control, even when it was 6-on-5 there. Joe, you were making that observation that the Penguins really couldn't get anything going, and then they sneaked that one in there, and I liked it. You called it like it was. You're like, man, this would be a really bad one if they were to let this one go, because it was kind of a 4-2, bit of a sleeper. You made the observation they didn't capitalize on the double minor. And then Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou are able to snatch that victory from the jaws of defeat. What did you think of what we saw last night, in particular late, because Jim Montgomery was critical of the way that the things played out down the stretch?
Well, they've been playing so much hockey and then, these games are tough. Detroit, Pittsburgh, teams that are kind of on the outside. Yeah, they mathematically still have a shot, but these teams struggle. I mean, the Penguins, gotta love them. They're in for a bit of a rebuild here. It's going to take some time before they become relevant again. So, you're playing these games at home. You're on this win streak. You feel so much momentum, but you're also tired. You've been playing a ton of hockey. So, in the third period, they're starting to feel the lactic acid. You're starting to mentally get worn out emotionally from the run they've been putting themselves on. And I just felt like, man, it's just, they got to keep this 2-goal lead, and you just don't want to give any life to Pittsburgh. Of course, the Penguins get that power play goal. And, 6-on-5, to be fair, if there was one area of the Blues game that needs improvement before the playoffs, I would say it's definitely, without question, the 6-on-5 situations where they're protecting the lead. They're going to need to do this come playoff time. because as we know, it's going to be tight scoring down the stretch. So I think one area that Jim Montgomery and the company is going to be focusing on throughout these final couple weeks here is how do we clean the 6-on-5? Because that wasn't the only time, guys. I mean, there's been too many 6-on-5 goals that have been going in against the St. Louis Blues, and you know they're going to need that come playoff time. So that was unfortunate, but also at the same time, no panic at all. This is a group that, Jim Montgomery said about a month ago, they almost need adversity. They almost need to get punched in the mouth to kind of wake up a little bit. You definitely can do it against, lesser teams. But, it's one of those things where it's just part of the year and part of the stretch of where they're at. They've been playing a lot of hockey, and they found a way to pull it off last night. And it was an exciting one with a great shot there by Robert Thomas to finish it off.
And McGroarty scored to tie it up there. And then I thought, is there a better name in hockey for a tough guy than Rutger McGroarty?
Nice.
Man, that's a good name.
Yeah, I play with a Rob Klinkhammer.
That's a good one.
and he's got 3 boys, and one of his sons' name's Cade Klinkhammer. I mean, can you imagine him going over to his girlfriend's house to meet the parents? Like, hey, what's your boyfriend's name? Cade Klinkhammer. Like, damn, what a name! What a name that is. But
you
yeah,
cannot be a wuss with that name.
No, exactly right. Yeah, Klinkhammer was maybe one of the tougher games I've played with. Steve McIntyre's not really tough, but he was a tough guy to play with. But yeah, no, that's certainly a pretty tough name for a tough kid.
Mm-hmm. I remember the Blues briefly had a goalie named Michel Bunny Larocque. That was maybe my favorite name ever in hockey history. Michel Bunny Larocque.
I think I was still in liquid form when that guy played hockey.
Well, could have been. Been a while ago. I just like the name. I'm sorry to bring it up.
Tim's going to reuse that. I liked it. I'm going to use still in liquid form.
Joey, you played in the league, and you've been around the game a long time. With Holloway, what happened there? He did get right back up. I know you're not a doctor, clearly. But do you have a gut on how serious it was?
I think it's minor. I haven't talked to any of the players. I haven't been down the rink. Obviously, it just happened less than 24 hours ago. We'll probably get a report here pretty soon. To me, I hate the fact that he was wincing right away. It was almost on impact. Sometimes it's those hits that you kind of get back to the bench and something doesn't feel right. Those to me are a little bit more of a positive. But I think that when he got hit, and it's a clean hit. I think McGroarty hit him there in the first period. But clean hit, he did kind of bite his teeth and feel it right away. It did look almost like a knee kind of got twisted, and again, just an awkward collision. We'll find out here pretty soon. But you're hoping the worst case scenario is maybe a little bit of a knee tweak. Sometimes those MCLs can get sprained just a little bit. The good news is those are 1 to 2 weeks. I don't think he's going to miss too much time. I would certainly hope not. But this is going to be a really important obviously news here for St. Louis, because here's a player that has just been doing incredible, and they're going to need him here down the stretch.
If they could win another 2 or 3 in a row, maybe they could rest some guys before the playoffs start. I guess that's a fine balance to strike, though, isn't it? To keep the gas pedal down and at the same time trying to rest some of the key players and prevent the injuries.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, there were too many injuries last night. I mean, Schenn went down. He took a cross check. Justin Falk went head first into the post. Robert Thomas missed parts of the end of the first period because he took a high stick. It is the game. You have to play it, right? At the same time, though, it's one of the things you worry about. And for a Pittsburgh team, it's not even overly physical. So that's where it becomes. Now the good news is that you have young players. Jimmy Snuggerud's second game last night, his first NHL point. You have players not only that can fill ice time, but that honestly need the experience, quite frankly, Doug. And I think that's where you got players that are playing better each night. And I thought Jimmy's looked better each and every period. So you have players that not only you can fill in ice time, but that need the grooming, need the process, because here's a player that they're trying to groom up and get ready for the playoffs, because this is a player that can help this team win.
Final question for you. Of course, Jimmy Snipes got a chance to experience Sidney Crosby. I know a near and dear friend of yours over visiting at Braden Schenn's house. I assume you were invited as well. Tell us what went on.
Tim, I wasn't. I'm still waiting for the homing pigeon to drop off my invite. It's bad weather here. The rain. I don't think pigeons fly in the rain.
So you think it was the weather that caused the pigeon to not be able to get your invite for the evening with Sid over at Schenn's with Snipes?
Yes, that is exactly what I was trying to say. You put it in lesser words. That's why you do what you do and I do what I do. But yes, the weather prevented the pigeon from delivering the message to have dinner with Sidney Crosby. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. No, I did not. I saw them in the morning skate. We had a couple chuckles. They were doing that soccer volleyball thing. But what an opportunity for Jimmy Snuggerud in all seriousness. I mean, listen, you're playing college hockey 1 week and your season ends, and all of a sudden you sign an NHL contract, you get your first NHL game, and a couple days later you're having dinner with what I believe still is the greatest hockey player in the game right now, even considering Alex Ovechkin. You talk about the complete player, complete person, complete leader. So wonderful for Jimmy Snuggerud. And, guys, it's important that these young players get groomed up and they're underneath wings and understand, their place, see how players conduct themselves, see how they speak. I mean, for Jimmy Snuggerud, he's seeing the way Braden Schenn is on the ice. He's seeing the father that he is at home, the husband he is to his wife, the friend he is. I mean, it's a complete package. And I think that, for Jimmy, it's really about owning your role, owning your ice time. It's a different thing for a young player. I mean, he goes from being a superstar at the University of Minnesota to now he's got to fill in a different role. Now he's in this certain pecking order where his minutes are going from 20, 22 a night in college hockey to maybe 14, 15. And, it's just like the chicken hierarchy where, you got to get a flock of chickens and, there's like big roosters and big chickens. And, the hierarchy of chickens work because, no chicken gets outside of the hierarchy. So the big chicken eats first, right? We all know that. And the roosters, and then the second biggest eat. And then the third and the fourth tier of chickens, they wait until the first two chickens eat because, they found, and chickens are smart, they said, you know what, I might as well wait for my turn to eat because if I want to get into a mass where I want to eat first, well, then that's when you get pecked to death. I'm not saying Jimmy's going to get pecked to death, but you understand what I'm trying to say.
Not really.
You got to maximize where you're at in the order. And I think that here's a kid who understands he's probably the third or fourth fattest chicken on the team, and he's not the big dog yet, and he's got to wait his turn to eat.
I'll be darned. You've seen this play out in nature, have you?
That's right. We're all animals, Doug.
Okay.
Think about that.
Were you ever?
Chickens eat last.
Did you aspire to be like a zookeeper at any point in your life?
No, but I like the smell of penguin.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Back to
and
that.
so does Jordan Kyrou, but he'll deny it until the day he dies, huh?
It sounds like he wasn't listening when Joey accosted him on the elevator. He's like, dude, I'm trying to get some. What's it? Yeah, sounds good. You got it, buddy. You got it.
Just get me out of this elevator. I just agree with you. Open the
Joey, we appreciate the time as well. And somebody made the observation via the Air Comfort Service text inbox that now how Martin, Jackson, and Doug felt when they weren't invited to the soiree because you were not invited or the pigeon got held up to the Schenn, Snipes, and Sid dinner.
Well, first of all, again, I was invited. This was a pigeon issue. Where, dude, I mean, look outside right now. It's raining. Clearly, pigeons are not flying.
Oh, yeah.
I expect my invite sometime on Sunday or Monday when this rain subsides.
God.
Okay. I mean, it is funny because at Christmas time, my wife said, "Are we not invited to the Vitale party?" Yep. And I said, "Place smells like penguin poop anyway. I don't care. We're not going."
Yeah. Well, you know what? She likes that smell like me. She'd enjoy it.
See, there you go.
There you go.
Kim, Joey, and Kyrou all love the Penguin House, Doug. Joey, it's always an adventure and a pleasure. Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Thank you, boys. Have a great day.
Thank you, too. It's Joey Vitale with us here on the program. Martin, what a delight. The look on the faces of the dais as I looked around while he told the chicken story. Doug with one of pained confusion. Mm-hmm. Jackson was rubbing the bridge of his nose between his eyes because he knows we're late. And Martin, I couldn't tell if you were listening.
Not really. I was thinking, boy, I missed onboarding for this, and that's my new handle.
I think roosters do have the run of the barnyard, though.
So he was right.
Well, for that, probably.
And then the Kyrou thing, I guess we got to investigate that, whether Kyrou does really enjoy the smell of the penguins at the zoo or not, and we'll get to the bottom of that.
I could see him not listening fully and not really caring.
I think that's 48%.
And then just going, yeah, for sure. And then when it was actually explained what he agreed to, he said, no,
he denied it right there on the microphone. Send your emails in. A lot to work with there. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
If you want to make your lawn the envy of the neighborhood this spring and summer, you need to get in touch with Green Envy. They've been in business in St. Louis for over a decade now, making lawns look beautiful. They've been to my house, I guess, 2-3 years now I've had them, and they do just fabulous work. They use products that are formulated for our local soil, weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. With all the rain that we get, spring weeds are going to explode when the temperatures warm up. Now is the time to get ahead of it. There is no extra service charge for weed touch-up or reapplying weed control if they don't get it the first time for Green Envy customers. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. This ensures you have a trained professional working on your property. They do great work at Green Envy, and they'll make your yard look like $1,000,000. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. To take your calls and answer questions, 636-655-3689 is the phone number. The website is greenenvylawns.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action today. Game day at Fenway Park, 1:10 p.m. Central is the first pitch. Eric Fetty towing the slab for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. Joined on the program today by Robert Thomas and Joey Vitale. Recommended listening if you want a podcast via YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL, just the YouTube app, and then TMASTL channel. Subscribe to it. You can go back and watch the program anytime you want, or podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And, of course, James Carlton, a longtime sponsor of both TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. James Carlton now to 422 five-star reviews, including this one from Liz Perkins on Google. Mike Ross and the James Carlton office were recommended to me, and I cannot say enough about the outstanding service I've received in joining this branch and becoming a new customer. Everyone I spoke to was professional and courteous, and Mike is so incredibly friendly and easy to work with. That's been my experience as well, working with James and his team. The number is 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in about 20 minutes here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion really is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. So that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. You can go online at igotfloored.com. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Dardenne, Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. And make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. But, Doug, we celebrate a magical week that was as Jackson has concocted our drops of the week.
Okay.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Man, Tim, you have a lot of needless knowledge.
You think he swallowed it?
Yeah, Doug, I hope they're crying themselves to sleep every night.
I bet they are.
And I want a manager that has some teeth. So, and I think I probably represent some of the fan base. And it's not working.
But
it's not working. It's not. Look, there were 20,000 people in the stand. I think it's just sad, you guys.
Everybody gave them respect, and the players wanted to play for them. But then he came on board, and he changed everything. His philosophy is what was us to lose. That's what's caused the fans to leave.
Hang in there.
An angry sphincter never apologizes.
I would actually tell you, Janet, respectfully, that's lunacy.
Standings. Jesus, Marty. Sorry, that is not a more interesting story involved.
Yeah, who cares?
That was Drops of the Week.
Doug, did I hear the score from Miracle playing in the background?
Sounded like it.
It was inspiring. I was inspired.
So that was subtle.
Mm-hmm.
And that was your edit?
Mm-hmm. It's a big pick-me-up.
That is, but I mean, that took a little extra effort for that subtle brilliance that I think you probably thought 80% none of us would pick up on.
I think both Lisa and Janet's calls earned that little extra effort from me.
Lisa is honored. She says, OMG, exclamation point, thanks. She is honored to find herself in the drops of the week.
As she should. That was both her and Janet brought it quite strong, and they needed to be rewarded by being in the drops of the week. Now, interspersed with a little Francesa, sure.
Right.
Just keeps people on their toes.
And we need to hear the perspective of female sports fans, too.
Of course.
They count.
Look at you.
Of course.
Sure.
That's why this why this show is 60% female.
Thank you.
Well,
the audience, I should say.
I don't know about that.
We're 100% man right here, baby.
We do get different perspectives, and it's good to hear it sometimes.
Absolutely. That's what makes discourse fun.
Lisa says, have a good weekend, faves.
Oh,
faves.
This is why she's a gem.
Felt good. That felt really nice.
That's why she's a gem.
Little Beer Cats says, shout out to my pops, Beer Cats. Today you might be 47 with a little bit of gray showing, but no one could marry ketchup like you, nor can they get a hot wife like you can. It's always nice when your son congratulates you on scoring a hot wife.
Isn't that an awkward conversation? Nice score of the hot wife, Dad.
Put that off. Thank you for introducing me to this ridiculously awful, awful show that I love, but we get to share together. Happy birthday, Pops. Love you. That's from Little Beer Cats, Doug. He's the second generation of TMA listeners, and I think he's like 20.
Well, his father could flat out marry some ketchup.
And land a hot wife.
He'd go to a restaurant, and if there's 2 bottles of ketchup on different tables that were both half full, he would pour one into the other, unlike anything we've seen before. Everyone's good at something.
And his is marrying ketchup. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. BK and Ferrari, 11 o'clock. This is TMA 101 ESPN. This text inbox is active as the day is long. I mean, there's a lot going on in here. And I want you to know that, Jackson. And there's some requests for names. You know, today and Monday, the last day in the month of April, that Jackson will update your name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. So if you don't have a name and you want a name, which substantially increases your chances of getting read on this program, text it in. Jackson sees it, and then he can save it in there. And then also, I see in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, Catch-22 Girl says, I'm your newest female fan joining the ranks, increasing the female fandom. Doug, another lady listening to this program.
Oh, well, that makes 3.
I'm skeptical.
You're skeptical? You think this is a plumber from Spanish Lake?
We've been burned before, and I'm cautiously optimistic on this one, but yeah, I need proof.
Hoosier Daddy is putting his puck on the net, and he says, Catch-22 Girl, is there anything you were banty about that you would like to get off your chest? So he's going to kind of workshop with her.
Okay.
And she says, Mike Matheny.
Okay, now I'm on board.
Yeah, now you believe.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Doug, and we're going to shoot the Real Housewives of TMA. That's going to be a reality series.
I think it has legs.
Sharon and Clayton is in it. Lisa's in it.
Mm-hmm.
Catch-22 Girl, I don't know if she's in it. Ellen's definitely in it.
Triple B.
And the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom and Baldwin Beer Bitch. I guess that's our crew.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a fun show.
I think it would be.
Do you want to be the Andy Cohen?
No.
Jackson, do you want to be the Andy Cohen?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. I guess we got a show. That'll be fun.
Okay.
I'll let the digital staff know that we got a new show for them. Real Housewives of TMA.
It's so stupid, it just might work.
Catch-22 Girl says, I'm a housewife. I don't know, it's like Tracy Morgan saying, I'm Brian Fellows. I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, doubt's starting to creep in.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next, it's TMA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win last night. Make that 11 in a row, tying the franchise record set in 2019. They're going to try to break that record tomorrow night as they take on the Colorado Avalanche right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The Real Housewives of TMA is gaining surprising steam in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Scott's wrinkled ballsack says, my wife can get involved if need be as well with the Real Housewives of TMA. I begrudgingly admit she has watched those idiotic Real Housewives shows in the past. Thanks. She has been to a number of our events. She was seduced by Lisa Ann, and then she seduced Lisa Ann, I think, at last year's Dotem pre-party, or maybe that was 2 years ago. I don't recall, but either way, I know I witnessed it. And then she showed up to the Dotem to follow up, but brought one of her children in a minivan, and I think that might have killed the mood. But I can't speak for that for certain. Caller Ellen says, I've never seen the Real Housewives, and I live in the poor part of the Central Corridor, i.e. east of McKnight. That's considered the poor part of the Central Corridor?
I guess it could be.
Well, I think self-made stay-at-home with do mom says she doesn't go east of McKnight.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So I might be disqualified, but she's interested. The 618 is a male listener and says, I would really tune in for this.
Sure they would.
Doug, I think there might be.
Could be something there.
Blue feet?
This has blue feet?
That sounds like it.
And I see Cucky the Dwarf is in the Design Air Heating and Cooling. He made the filtered file, Chairman.
For now.
Oh, wow.
I'm watching the clock. You were long today, Cucky.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I'm going to lead with Cucky, so he's in.
Yeah.
Be-do-bop-be-do. Well, my email got through. Thanks to our benevolent email sorting Lord Commissioner KG, the original king of comedy. He's going to let this email get through the filtering process. An email about a guy doing construction with his stepdad, laying down drop cloths and getting ready to waterproof your basement. Is that funny, KG? Ha ha ha. KG wants a step-by-step process of me and my stepdad accidentally getting high off paint fumes and removing each other's dungarees until our bodies unite like soft-serve ice cream from the Chinese buffet. Is that what you want, KG? You want to hear about waterproofing our holes? You remember those toys in the 90s called clackers where you would grab the handle and if you moved it up and down real fast, two plastic balls would click-clack up and down, rapidly making a distinct sound we can all hear right now. You want to see me do that to my stepdad's junk, huh? You want to see me click-clack my stepdad's junk, huh, buddy?
Oh, no.
Is that what you're into, Comrade KG? B? Comrade KG B? You see KGB?
Teddy.
Yeah.
Gross. Well, everyone, this is Colin's last email. I know, you're inconsolable. I get it. You think you can thank Ovechkin's best buddy, KGB. Thanks, KG. Have a great weekend. That's from Colin the construction worker, a.k.a. Cucky the maid.
Cucky the maid.
You think that should have got through, Doug?
The maid. I don't know. Borderline.
So he's done. Chairman, I mean, your response.
What's the question?
Cucky says he's out.
Oh, I mean,
Really?
if that's his decision.
Okay.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
Doug, is that from the Straight Outta Compton film? Is that where that's
what it's
phrased
from.
Friday.
I'm not sure.
Is that from Friday?
Yeah, which I think they're remaking.
Doug, are they remaking?
I don't know.
Douglas the Bod Vaughn. At this point, it's becoming dangerous. The raw sexual heat you emit is a public health crisis. Women are leaving their husbands. Men are questioning their sexuality. Stray dogs are humping mailboxes just from catching a whiff of you in the breeze. How do you like this? You wake up, stretch, and immediately start dripping pheromones. When you walk past women, do they spontaneously ovulate?
Okay.
Do mirrors even work for you, or do they just fog up from this sheer sexual humidity? There should be laws against looking this good, but since there aren't, the least you can do is share your secrets. The world deserves to know.
Gosh.
That's from Brian.
Oh, got it. You sure it wasn't Brianna?
I was going to say maybe Brienne.
Brian.
Name alone.
Brian.
Happy Happy Friday, lads. My, how the tables have turned. A month ago, we wanted to trade Binner and Schenn, and now Jobu is leading the charge towards playoff hockey. My hearing isn't the best these days, but I swore that Pestus said he's blind, and in the next sentence said that he could tell Stevie Wonder is blind by looking at his mannerisms.
But he also said he could see earlier in life.
That's right.
That's true. Yes.
What a moment for Jimmy Snipes last night to tally a point against his childhood idol. I think the fan giveaway is a no-brainer for Snuggie last night at the Enterprise Center. We'll have to keep an eye on the Jefferson County couples taking liberties with one another under the Jimmy Snipes Snuggie. Maybe a rally towel giveaway can go along with this to aid in the cleanup. Big Derby Q weekend this weekend for the doggies as we travel to KC. Time to silence some critics with a multi-goal game against the limp-wristed opposition from the west side of the state. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
And finally, I'm not going to be much good to you this morning, not after witnessing Jack White burn down the factory last night. I caught the first period of the Blues game over at the Chesterfield Valley Four-Ends before the show and ran into that cute little dish Brent Shelton. Streamed the rest of the Blues' thrilling 5-4 overtime win when I got home, as I couldn't fall asleep until the psilocybin wore off. Thoughts? Concerns? Ours is the type of presentation where a geriatric blind man from the sphincter of Jefferson County feels free to drop in at any time and explain that he knows Stevie Wonder is blind because, get this, if you look at the way he walks and the way he moves, you can tell he's blind. Never mind the many, many videos and first-hand stories that would indicate Stevie Wonder can indeed see. He's still blind to Pestus, damn it. Up next, we got a bicurious DoorDash driver from St. Chuck who enjoys getting penetrated and once watched his wife feed her breast milk to a randy bisexual male doctor at Wrigley Field. And he wants to humble brag about how his wife hasn't touched his little ween since February 20th. He keeps telling himself that she'll peg him again once the Blues lose, but seeing as the Blues lost 4 games between February 20th and March 13th, and none of those resulted in coitus, I'm guessing win or lose, call or buzz, will not engage again until his next doctor's appointment and or a Morgan Wallen concert. Doug, it was spelled Whalen, not Wallen.
Yeah.
That's from Bucks Open. That's what we are for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. What you got?
Well, because he was so complimentary, I'm going to vote for a fellow by the name of Brian.
Yeah, I'm going Brienne as well.
Brian
has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Wow, big win for Brian. Now tied with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, JV golf coach, and Buck Swope. Fun leaderboard early on in the month of Porch/April. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.